Good morning. Thank you for joining us. This is Outdoing Outreach in a post-COVID-19 world. I'm Kathy Zimmerman, president of ABOS. I'm the Bookmobile Associate at the Scott County Library in Eldridge, Iowa, where I've been responsible for outreach services for the past 14 years. Our outreach department consists of a bookmobile programming service and senior services in residential facilities for independent and memory care units.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Parkins, and I am the Senior Outreach Specialist at Laramie County Library in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I am also the immediate past president of ABOS. I have been involved with library outreach for almost 20 years, and am responsible for the bookmobile and outreach and homebound services at my library. Welcome to our program this morning. Just a quick note. Our presentation was planned as an interactive program. And since we don't have you directly in front of us in a room, we ask that you please go out and ask questions along the way. And we will be moderating those as we go, and we will leave room at the end for questions and discussion. So for many years, Clarion University sponsored the annual Great American Bookmobile Conference, held annually in Columbus, Ohio, in a joint conference with the Association of Rural and Small Libraries, also known as ARSL. Both organizations were founded by Bernard Vavrick. John Phillip, fondly known as Mr. Bookmobile, was a co-founder of the Great American Bookmobile Conference. In 2004, the discussion came up to branch off from ARSL and form our own independent organization, the Association of Bookmobile and Outreach Services. In 2005, we were made official, being recognized as an affiliate of ALA under the Office for Diversity, Literacy, and Outreach Services. We continued to host joint conferences with ARSL until 2007, when we broke free from them and Clarion University and held our own conference. We made the decision to host joint conferences in the future with ARSL, which happened again in 2010. My first introduction was when I attended the Great American Bookmobile Conference in 2001. I was on a discussion for the startup of ABOS and have been a member since the beginning, voting for our first board. ABOS continues to grow in both membership and conference attendance. Do we have the slides up?
Our goals today are to look at how outreach has had to evolve over the last few months, as we have gone from hands-on to hands-off in a workplace that by nature is totally hands-on. We will examine our new best practices and what they look like and how we move forward from here to best serve our patrons. Outreach is often described as services for those who are infrequent users or non-users, or as services for those who are traditionally underserved. There are limitless faces to outreach. Outreach services are provided by many types of libraries, as we are prone to say, on the road, out of the box. As illustrated here, you can see types of libraries who participate in outreach practices. Public libraries, where the majority of us stem from. Academic libraries, now just seeing the value in community outreach. Government libraries, just realizing they promote outreach. Medical libraries, just joining forces with public libraries for health initiatives. And special libraries filling a need in their communities. So where are these services happening? Well, just about everywhere you look. Underserved populations who deal with transportation issues and or language barriers, homebound with health issues or incarceration, daycare centers who need additional resources for story times, literacy help, and programming. Senior facilities often want additional help with programming for their residents. Things like armchair travel, educational programs, reader advisory services, book clubs, and setup of internal free libraries in addition to bookmobile services. Our outreach facilitators can help with dementia units, offering programming for memory retention and relaxation. Small rural school systems can often need additional classroom resources provided by outreach in the form of bookmobile visits, teacher reader services, and classroom learning units.
There are many different forms of library outreach that can be accomplished in a multitude of different ways, most common being bookmobiles and vans, although book bikes are picking up in popularity. All of these can provide different types of services and can represent their libraries at events such as community gatherings, senior centers, lobby stops, book fairs and senior fairs, parades, and so on. It is important for libraries to be involved in partnership with their communities. Through these outlets, we offer programs, deposit collections, services to rural communities or areas where access to a brick and mortar building is not always possible, and partnerships with organizations such as the Census Bureau and IRS tax information distribution. In addition to vehicles, we physically go to places such as schools, daycare centers, homes, nursing homes, and other senior services to provide rotating book collections, programs to schools and memory care, assistance to life enrichment directors with virtual travel programs, and other senior programming. We offer a speakers bureau, speaking on library topics to clubs such as Rotary, Kiwanis, and Chamber of Commerce, to list a few. Books by mail is another form of outreach, which is growing in popularity, especially right now. The list is endless. If it involves needing to provide some sort of library-related service outside of the walls of a building, it is outreach. Can you all see the slides? Okay. What is your mission? Do you have a mission statement for outreach? Our organization statement reads, the mission of the Association of Bookmobile and Outreach Services is to support, encourage library staff and leadership to provide quality bookmobile and outreach services to meet diverse community needs. We strive for inclusion, equity, while working together to extend relevant and responsive services to individuals and groups who face barriers to library access. We should be thinking of these services as a way to market the library. The goal isn't just to provide for the needs of those outside of the brick and mortar buildings, but it's also used as a tool to show our community the importance of libraries and to bring them in. Libraries should be the hub of your community or your town or city, and a way to reach out and partner is to be out in the community. So who is your target audience? How do you find those in need of outreach? Sometimes this can be tricky. Finding the best locations to set up bookmobile stops in anticipation that the service will be utilized. Finding those that are homebound outside of facilities where they don't have access to the internet or possibly any other sort of information tools. Locating daycare centers that welcome your early literacy proposals. What goals do you have to expand your service? Can you add additional vehicles or staff to your outreach department? Can you start a Books by Mail program and get the necessary supplies? What groups or organizations can you partner with to be involved in your community? Are there unique ways your library has provided outreach services?
We woke up one morning and the entire world had changed. New rules, closed doors, social distancing, and face masks. Many library staff began working from home and had limited in-house hours. Immediately, outreach had to rethink their entire approach to service. I think anyone in outreach will agree that our patrons use library services as a link to the outside world. For many, we are their only contact with the outside some days. I want you to think back to those first days of the shelter in place. After you took that first deep breath and said, okay, we can work with this. What was your new plan? In those first days, coming up with a plan was a hard-fought battle. Life and rules changed on a daily basis. The ABOS listserv immediately began to light up with information on we tried this, that didn't work. We're trying that, We readjusted. We placed this folder and compiled this information onto our shared drive. Everyone is welcome to add their practices and learn from others. Bookmobiles became public hotspots for patrons to continue to be connected to the world for business, research, and schooling for their children. Storytime and other programming went live on websites, Facebook, Zoom, and any other platform. Time was devoted to methods of creating best practices for contactless deliveries and staying in contact with homebound patrons through cell phone calls and window visits. We shared and learned on a daily basis. This is the drive behind the outreach community, finding a way. We are a resourceful group. We are daily reimagining our outreach world. Virtually everything has become virtual, and it's becoming our new way of life. How has your audience changed once again? Have they changed? Or is it our means of contact that has changed? In many cases, our audience changed simply by becoming a different type of audience. Patrons not normally covered under the outreach umbrella were suddenly a part of our world. Outreach, being mobile, was the front line to get materials to patrons in the safest means possible. Who knew as adults we were going to play ding dong ditch it again? What types of practices are you putting into place that will keep your outreach department alive and serving into the future? For library outreach, these practices are going to be a make or break lifeline to our patrons for the foreseeable future. While library building services are beginning to relax and open to the public, with social distancing the name of the game, we in outreach are still faced with the hands-on issue. So again, we are being resourceful. We are spending more time on the phone with patrons, sending emails, and making contactless delivery arrangements.
The goal of Bookmobile service.
Hi, Susan. Real fast, if you could share your screen again real fast, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
That's Kathy.
Is it not sharing?
Yeah, if you could just close the PowerPoint and then reopen it real fast, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Is it showing now?
I don't see any slides, but you want me to continue?
No, just hang on a second. Let me get it to evidently it's not coming back up. Hang on just a second. Sorry for the delay.
Just a few technical difficulties.
Yeah, technical happens.
Not a big deal.
No.
And just as a reminder, if you guys have any questions at all, go ahead and go to the question and answer portion of this and ask, and then we'll discuss those at the end. We'll leave some time.
Okay, Susan, this should be your slide. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So the goal of Bookmobile service is to provide a location of access to library services outside of a brick and mortar building. Many times we looked for underserved areas in our communities to set up stops, locations where there may be latchkey children whose parents don't have time or are unable to take them to the library. In addition to offering library items for checkout or to hand out, or like in our Bookmobile, we hand out free books to those children who are unable to obtain a library card for whatever reason. A Bookmobile can also offer hotspots for internet access or even a computer on board. What other ways does your library use Bookmobiles? So here we have a picture that we put together, some various Bookmobiles in action, and you'll see there's a fair in the park where a Bookmobile has joined the activities, and the people who visit, and the various type of vehicles that we have available as bookmobiles. So now we move on to the post-COVID world. At this time, a lot of us are facing a complete cancellation of bookmobile services. The challenges on how to respect social distancing within the bookmobile are holding us up. If you have a vehicle of considerable size, then you may be able to allow a patron or two at a time into your vehicle to browse the collection. And others at least are able to offer curbside services where patrons can place holds to be picked up at the bookmobile without allowing anyone on the vehicle. We are changing our schedules from regular stops to finding other areas in our communities to allow different options for curbside service pickup or even hotspot computer availability. When our summers should be filled with events and opportunities for us to be present in our towns, we have to redirect and find other ways of staying connected. We also face the challenge of having outreach services being placed on a back burner while library administration are busy trying to find safe ways of opening back up. We're having to write out new policies, procedures, and petitions to administration and library boards to restart outreach as well. In our bookmobile, and I'm sure this is standard practice with most, we have always disinfected the inside of our vehicles, especially when we go out to school stops. There are always some sort of germs that make their way in with the students. This practice isn't anything new, but we are meeting it with new diligence to keep us and our patrons safe. It is important to be a positive light in our communities, and the library can accomplish this by way of their outreach vehicles. As a matter of fact, Kathy just recently participated in a parade in her town with their bookmobile to advocate for the library and to kick off their summer reading program. This is a great example of how we can use the library outreach as a tool to send positive messages out in the current communities during this time of unsettlement and pandemic. We are all trying to find ways to keep our services going. We are good at being creative, and now we get to use those skills outside of the box.
So senior services pre-COVID was kind of like spending an afternoon or a Sunday with your grandparents or with aging parents. They wanted individual attention, you sat with them and chatted about everything. They shared beyond belief. Can you spell overshare? I roamed in and out of my facilities, chatting at dining tables, listening to the gossip, and helped with technical issues in apartments. I was the link to the outside, and I brought programming of all sorts to their residents. We toured foreign countries, learned about the lives of celebrities, and imagined ourselves aboard the great Titanic. Bookmobiles and outreach vehicles brought the library to facilities in the form of browsing and lobby stops. In the memory care units, we reminisced about times gone by, family, workplace, and used games to improve hand and eye coordination. We brought fidget quilts for those in need, took modified trips to foreign lands, and read stories on topics of interest. And here you see pre-COVID, the fact that seniors gathered together closely. They had book clubs. We brought things to them by book cart. In the bottom, you'll see our beloved fidget quilts, which our senior services are absolutely thrilled to have. So when the word came down that senior services were shut down, it was like a slammed door in the face. Hands-on, in-person contact was no longer an option. Again, outreach invented the wheel. No longer allowed in the buildings, we stalked the outside windows for visual contact. We used facility email systems to send notes of encouragement. We called on phones for the personal touch, and where possible, we became Skype, FaceTime, and Duo Time friends. In a world where we were a regular visitor, we were now a ghost. Books by mail has been a huge lifeline during all of this. materials delivered for us right to our patrons. We even reinvented this strategy by using those same types of bags for contactless door delivery. Some facilities are allowing materials to be delivered to a designated area where they are placed in quarantine for 24 hours before being delivered to our patrons. Once items are not being used, they are returned to a different designated area where they are left with a note for library personnel to retrieve. In some cases, our facilities were even quarantining themselves within. Enter stories and poems by phone. Like water, outreach finds a way. Now, I never in my entire life thought or wanted to become a game show host. Yet, here I am, fully versed in the ways to virtually run customized versions of Family Feud, Jeopardy, and Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, we've broken a lot of those game rules, but my residents had activities. Outline resources and online resources for virtual tours of museums, zoos, and other points of interest around the world were a godsend for sure. Activity directors in senior facilities were beyond appreciative of any help we could give them during this quarantine stasis for their residents. Small PowerPoint programs were put together with videos and could be uploaded for use by activity directors. And those were 3 to 5 minute specialty programs on a variety of themes.
So what other types of outreach can we do in addition to what we have already talked about? Their little free libraries seem to be popping up more and more and in creative ways. People like to feel like they're contributing, and libraries can partner with these little free libraries by way of providing materials of donated items and weeds in the collection. Virtual programs are picking up in popularity. As Kathy mentioned earlier, there are virtual vacations and games for seniors, as well as interactive programs and games for children. Online story times and craft demonstrations have become very popular with libraries right now. Online summer reading challenges and more. Some libraries are picking up their Books by Mail programs that they may currently only offer to homebound patrons, but have expanded those to others in their communities. And others are setting up a new Books by Mail program as a new service seeking advice as to what is needed for mailing and such. So library outreach a lot of times is a solo job. We all can relate to that. Whatever types of outreach you're doing, know that you are not alone. ABOS offers so many different resources to help you with your profession. There are many discussions happening right now on our listserv to aid those who are working on starting back their services. Networking is very important, especially during these times.
You have available to you for download all of our resources and those links. We maintain a website. We have social media. We have membership, which is on our website, how to join our organization. And we have the listserv. In order to join any of these items, like I said, you have a handout available to you, and you can just click on those links and meet up with us. We would love to have you. So we'd like to thank you for being here with us today. And we have some time now. If there are any questions, we can answer those. Okay, it looks like right at the moment, we have nothing that's come up. Susan, do you see anything on your screen either?
No, and it just went to a service unavailable screen. So I don't have the question screen.
All right, well, then we would definitely like to thank you for being here with us today. This is my email address, should you need to get a hold of us, and Susan's email and our website link. And as long as we have just a moment, Susan and I have one other little thing we'd like to talk about. Hey, y'all.
Howdy.
Howdy. So we have a conference coming up in October in Dallas, Texas.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. It's going to be our 15th anniversary celebration. We are hoping against hope that it will be an in-person, be with everybody celebration. We'd love to have you all there. I have been saying since we were in Omaha last year, y'all come. And there are numerous ways that you can get there. Our registration is still open. We are offering 15 Carol Hold travel grants of $500 to help you with expenses. You may apply for those on our website, as well as the National Libraries of Medicine have partnered with us, and they are offering 10 additional grants for those who are participating in their health initiatives. So please go and check those out. And we hope that you can join us. And once again, on behalf of Susan and I and ABOS, we thank you for being here with us this morning, and y'all come.
Thank you all for joining us this morning. I don't see any other questions on there. So
Okay.
we appreciate you all coming this morning, and we apologize for the little slide show not showing up at the beginning, but thank you for listening and for attending our program. We appreciate it.
Hello, are we live now?
Yes, you're live.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is George Gottschalk, and our presenter Camille Callison is having some technical challenges, so I just wanted to take a few minutes and introduce who we all are. So this is the President's Program for the American Indian Library Association, and the President's Program is be hosted by an honor and in honor of the immediate past president who rotates off. And in this case, it's Lillian Chavez, who's Mescalero Apache. Unfortunately, Lillian cannot join us today, but sends her regards to everybody. We certainly thank Lillian for her service these past 3 years. For those of you who may not know, we parallel ALA. So our presidential terms run as vice president-elect, president, and immediate past president. So Lillian, we appreciate all that she has done. And if you are listening, Lillian, I know she was going to try and make it if she could, but we thank you for your service these past 3 years. And I'm kind of watching to see, Camille, are you set or do you want me to?
Yeah, I just can't find the share, so
Okay.
I don't know why, but I will just open up this PowerPoint and hopefully it will all work good.
Okay. Well, Camille's doing that. So those of you who are interested in the American Indian Library Association, if you are interested, we are having a membership meeting Tuesday, June 30th, and that will be at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And that will be the last of my term as the current president, and I'll move into Lillian's current role as immediate past president, and Cindy Hull will take over the presidency. So be sure to join us for that. If you have questions, follow up with the ALA membership listserv. But it looks like Camille has her PowerPoint. So are you ready for me to turn it over to you, Camille?
Yes, thank you, Madhu. So I just wanted to say Madhu to Cindy and to George and the rest of AILA executive for inviting me. I apologize for the technical difficulty. There's been a lot of glitches lately. I'm not sure. Yesterday, I received a message from our IT department that said, we blocked a whole bunch of emails from you, but we're not sure who. Tell them to resend. I'm like, but I don't know who sent me any. So I apologize for that. But my name is Camille Collison, and I'm actually I'm sitting here in what we call Treaty 1 territory, in the heart of really Turtle Island, which we refer to in North America as Turtle Island. And we're really right in the center. We're not actually specifically the center, but very much in that area. And I really believe that this has been a very special place, being in the center with the elders here. And I've learned so much in this territory in the place called Winnipeg, and working at the University of Manitoba. So I'm saying welcome to you in signs that we had made for the University of Manitoba libraries. And I wanted to welcome you in the languages from here. To say that I'm in Dakota Sioux territory, Cree territory, the heart of the Red River Métis homelands, in Anishinaabe territory, and in the north of Manitoba, we have the Dene and Inuit peoples. So in Canada, we say Indigenous people. We're referring to First Nations people. So what they would be termed underneath the Indian Act as Indians. Because of course Columbus was off in his navigation, and then we have the Métis people who were very interesting product of Hudson's Bay traders and other early people to North America and Indigenous peoples who created their own distinct society with a distinct language called Mischief. And then of course we have the Inuit people in the north. So we're actually constitutionally recognized as those three distinct groups. And so that's part of it. So I am currently the Indigenous strategies. Oh, I have to do the play screen, sorry. Once I start talking, it's always a little bit difficult. So I hope you can see that a little bit better now. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about honoring, respecting relationship and rethinking library practice. I just wanted to show you our traditional acknowledgement that's get read before every event. And I just talked about, and I'm sorry, I have to apologize that I forgot about the OG Cree, which is a very unique blend of Anishinaabe and Cree peoples. And so they acknowledge the treaties, they acknowledge the harms, and they apologize for that. And because I'm of mixed heritage, I apologize with that part of who I am. And I believe that we do need to move forward in the spirit of reconciliation. So this is actually a little bit about where I'm from. My people are the Tahltan people. We have referred to ourselves as Teledeni or Dedeni. We are located in the very northern part of British Columbia, about 28 hours north of Vancouver, where the Olympics were in 2010. So a lot of people know where that is. And the mouth of our river, the Stikine River, is in Wrangell, Alaska, and in the Yukon. So that's kind of where our territory is. And you see a picture of Tiskia Chokima in the corner here. This is what we call, so Tiskia is raven, Cho or crow, and then Cho is big. So raven is a big crow. And Kima means home. So this is really where the creator's home is. And it's the confluence of the Tahltan and Stikine River, where the inception of our nation is. And down there, you can see a rock called Thadu. I'm actually standing on a place called Nadia when I'm taking this picture. And when those rivers meet, there's mist that's formed on it. And that would be my grandma, Ethel Kwok's name, which is Kadidiklets. And my father is where I get the Tahltan and Irish Collison heritage from West Virginia. And so I have a little bit of the US as well as Canadian in my lineage. And here, I love the way that the elders say it here. They call the border the medicine line, because of course it doesn't recognize our traditional territorial borders as Indigenous people. I think it's very important to remember who you are and your heritage and move forward with that. And that's what I've been taught. For us, our connection is with our land. Here is Chesley Mountain. That's where my dad was born. Here's a picture of our 100th anniversary of our declaration that says that we won't cede or surrender our land at the cost of our own blood. And you can see a picture in the upper left-hand corner with my adopted grandma, because my grandma passed away when I was quite young, Liza Zertza, who's now also passed, who gave me my name, Estada, which actually kind of loosely translates to that I fly around crazy, like trying to do my work. So if you know me, you probably know that that's a little bit true. And I think I grew up as an outfitter's daughter, so a big gate outfitter, and I'm very proud of our cowboy or cowgirl heritage. And I think, and there's obviously we're button blanket people. So we are Dene people who intermarried with the Tlingit people and other peoples for peace. We have archaeological evidence that says that we've been here in our lands for over 50,000 years, and geological evidence that backs that up at Chesley Mountain, which we say survived the last glaciation. So we have a very long past. In October 18th, which is Tahltan Day in 1910, my great-great-grandfather, Chief Nanook, was our Grand Chief at that time, which is our Grand Chief name, but that was, it moves around in the community. And they demanded the declaration from the Canadian government. So that's a little picture of when that happened. And then, of course, this is a picture 100 years later in 2010 and a picture of him. And I'm somewhere in that sea of button blankets there. I actually am there. And I think, we have to remember that for us as Indigenous people, due to colonization and things in Canada, like the Indian Act, which prohibited potlatches, sun dances, and traditional ceremonies until 1951. We didn't have the right to vote here in Canada as Indigenous people until 1960. So even when my dad was growing up in the Yukon and going to residential school there would be signs, no dogs or Indians. And so I think we have to remember that because of this, much of our traditional intangible and tangible materials have left our community, and some of them have been sold in huge art sales. I mean, we all know that this is something that's going on right now. But libraries and archives are repositories of those that are mainstream. And they do play a central role in repatriation of that. Some of the oldest recordings of Tahltan language is at Library and Archives Canada. We have a number of traditional knowledge, tangible and intangible, in the United States as well at the Smithsonian. So we have to remember that we have been already, as professional librarians, caretakers of Indigenous knowledge. And we need to create relationships with those communities where that knowledge came from. And so that's part of what we need to do as libraries, and to provide and be the connection between Indigenous people and that knowledge, where it is in our libraries or where it's accessible. Remembering that many of our community members in Canada, you had boarding school, we had residential school, you have reservations, we have reserves, but pretty much a lot of the same history. And I think, and very much the same kind of colonial mentality that happened in both countries. And I think one of the things that we've noted is that many of our children have been apprehended. There was a thing called the 60 Scoop, but right now there's more children in care than there was during residential school apprehended. So sometimes we're getting children in that don't even know their family or their heritage, and reconnecting with that culture. So we have a crucial role in this, to be connecting and to create those relationships. Over the last decade in Canada, we've had a lot of movement in the knowledge and with Indigenous people. And part of that is really the catalyst for change was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on Residential Schools. And that's because we asked people to tell the truth. So it was always one of those things that people would talk about in the community, but I don't think that I ever even imagined what the full truth of residential school was. And I know that many Canadians were taken off guard. So there was a huge and amazing events across the country that happened. So banking on that, and kind of at the same time when this report came down in 2015, and there was 94 calls to action. Notably, none of them were to libraries, which didn't mean that we were doing it right. It just meant that we had a more of a supporting role. But they were directed towards museums and archives. And when you think about Indigenous knowledge, it's about the holisticness of Indigenous knowledge. We didn't separate out our knowledge into libraries, archives, museums. It was all interconnected in our community. We would think about it like a spider web, and how that's all interconnected with each other. And so simultaneously at this time, I had been the moderator for years of the Indigenous interest group at the Canadian Library Association, and it became not fiscally viable. And it just happened that I was president of our provincial library association. So in the founding of what was to be, we didn't even have it named yet then, the Canadian Federation of Library Associations, we got together to create a national voice for libraries. And one of the things that I asked for and was supported by the other board members with is to create a seat for an Indigenous representative, to have a voice in the main level of the national, so always on the executive. And I think that that's crucially important, because Indigenous people, we are sovereign nations, and this is our land. We can't go home anywhere, we are home. And we have a lot of guests. Obviously, there's always the joke about having a bad immigration policy in 1492, but because we are welcoming people, and we give food, and we create relationships through food and through ceremony and through these kind of things. Obviously, that's not what happened, and we definitely paid the price for that all over Turtle Island. So in this time, they had asked me to respond to the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. So I was honored to be chosen to be the chair of that. And I gathered 45 people from coast to coast to coast in Canada, from every province and territory, to be able to do this work. I think that part of our responsibilities in relationship is that reclamation and intergenerational transfer of Indigenous knowledges, languages, and culture. Those working in libraries, archives, and cultural memory institutions need to understand Indigenous people's worldview, the validity and dynamic nature of oral traditions, that we're not in the past, we're still living, and we're here today, and the issues of colonization, decolonization, and how we we want our knowledge re-empowered to come and be able to do that. And we have it in our community. Our elders have carried it. They've been incredible survivors. But we also have a lot more pieces that are missing in other places that we need to gather back and bring back to our community to empower our people. So it's really important to be able to do that work. And I'm hoping that I actually did the whole, got the right slide deck here, but with those logistical things. So this was the Truth and Reconciliation Committee report. Simultaneously, about a year before this, we had one of the most beautiful things that I was able to go to for the first time that was held in Regina, and Library Services for Aboriginal people there had hosted it. And it goes around the world, to different countries every 2 years. And that's the International Indigenous Librarians Forum, which is for Indigenous people to gather around. And the more Maori people carved this Maori stone. I always have to remember how to say that right. We had that in 2015. And we had hosted it at the University of Manitoba. We had the stone was given it to us from Jody Gray brought it up from Ayla, who had hosted it in Lummi 2 years before. And so we hosted it here. And because of that, I met people that were Indigenous from across Canada. So right away, I just got out my invitations and called up people to be able to create this. I always tell this story, especially when I'm in international audience, because I want to show how interconnected we are. I went to the elders before I went to ATOM, to the Association of Tribal Library Archives and Museums, and loving this glass here from it. But I didn't even realize I did that until I just saw it. But I think that I went to, for my first time, and I was going to go to the Grand Canyon, but I went to Canyon de Chelly first with Mary Norcross, who works in the down there as a librarian in her community in the Navajo Nation. And I didn't know even until I went to JCLC that that's where Spider Woman is. And I had given tobacco. And the elders said, when you get to the canyons, give tobacco and you'll know how you need to organize these 45 people. And I knew the weight of this would be on my shoulders, and it was something that I needed to do for future generations. And so this came to me. Now, I'm not a medicine. The medicine wheel was actually created after to be able to have non-Indigenous people understand Indigenous knowledge. So we use that as a tool. And so even though it's not universal and colors are different across the country, we use this and we divide it into the medicine wheel to show the holisticness. And so I'm just going to skip a little bit ahead, but all of these will be available for you. We agreed upon 10 overarching recommendations. There was a 180-page report with 5 databases attached to that with best practices. They're still working on the implementation. So part of what we asked for was a national committee modeled, because we were modeled after the International Federation of Library Associations, to then create a permanent standing committee. And we called it the Canadian Indigenous Matters Committee. And I was a member of the IFLA Indigenous Matters section, and I'm now currently proud to be and honored to be the chair. And so we went and we had to create things a little bit different. And so the model and the wheel changed because this was now about implementation afterwards. We had already had this endorsed across the country. And I want to give a reminder to everyone to endorse it, that you endorsed it so you would implement it, not so that we would do the hard work as Indigenous people to get it done for you, but that you took responsibility to do this work. And so I want to remind that because there's so many Indigenous people carrying the heavy burden of this relational labor in our relationships, that I think it's really important that people stop saying, I'm sorry, but start doing the work with us, supporting us, being our allies, being there to buffer it. I love the pictures and I want to acknowledge what's happening right now in the United States. It's a very conflicted time, and we want to support all of the people that are, Black, Indigenous, and people of color across Turtle Island and beyond. And so I think it's really important to remember that we have Indigenous communities around the world that are looking to us for examples and leadership. So we endorsed the CLA best practices, which are very similar to the IFLA work, and it was actually in the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation bid. So these have been around for a while. We encouraged people to implement the 94 calls to action. That's where that action comes in. And we talk, some of the students here talked here at the University of Manitoba. They didn't want just reconciliation. They want reconciliation. And I love that term because it's so grassroots from them saying we need the action now. We wanted to ensure accessibility. This is about digital and accessibility, other types of accessibilities, so that people can access information. Decolonizing classification. And I'm going to go through a few slides really fast, but you're going to be able to catch up to this later on because there's a very short time period. So decolonizing, practice in, and I just lost the thing to go back. But anyway, you'll be able to look at that, decolonizing the epistemologies, of course, I can't say the word this morning. That to be able to describe Indigenous people as we describe ourselves. So it is about library practice and catalog and subject headings and to work with that. So we want to carve out a place where Indigenous values are recognized and that we support each other. You know, people always come up to me and think that I know every Indigenous person, first of all. Of course, I know the legends in our field, and I want to acknowledge Jean Joseph, who really pulled me into this field. But one of the first people that I met from the United States was Lotzi Patterson, which came up to UBC when I was actually riding the desk at Wewaa Library as an anthropology student. And I think the next person that I probably met was the people at Spectrum Scholarship. And that was amazing when I got that. And I know that there's lots of you in the audience, but it really opened up my eyes to other Indigenous people. And then at the International Indigenous Librarians Forum. And so there's many of us around, but we're by no means homogeneous. And I think that has to be recognized, that not everybody is always going to be friends with each other. So we don't all know each other because there is a lot of us in the practice now. And so I'm really happy to see that because I was doing this and there was a moment where I was like, I can't include everybody that are all the people working in this field today because there's so much. When I went to library school 15 years ago, it was hard to find hardly anything by Indigenous people. So it's very exciting to be able to see this work. Of course, we've had the Brian Deere classification here in Canada, and it kind of shows a little bit of a timeline that it started off as a records management system at what is now the Assemblies of First Nation. And then Jean Joseph and Kelty McCauley brought it to the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. And then she was the founding librarian at Wewaa Library. So that was the first one that I worked with. There's been many adaptations at this time, and there will be more because people are adapting it to their own communities, but there's no one central classification system at this moment. And we're still working on that. I think that's one of the things that we could do to be able to help people in the future. And I think that some of the ones that we've worked with now are like the Indigenous Materials Classification System. And so this has been adapted actually by the National Film Board, and you can see it there on Indigenous Cinema, which is actually free this month. So if you want to go look at that, you can go and look at that. A lot of the titles are free. And we had a lot of examples to go by to be able to do this work, of course, throughout Canada, throughout Australia with their protocols. And the Maori examples are phenomenal with their subject headings and protocols. And of course, the Native American archive materials protocols, which are crucially important and were finally adapted by the Society of American Archivists. So we need to remember, and I know that Ayla has a portal with a lot of other information as well too, and so does CFLA FCIB has an Indigenous resources page. I believe it's our duty to affirm and activate that holistic paradigm of our knowledge and reveal that wealth of our languages and worldviews and to actively use the language. I'm not a speaker of our language. Of course, my cousins taught me a few words and grandmas and aunties, and my dad said a few words, but my dad was a residential school survivor and he didn't know the language anymore. He'd lost it even though he grew up with it. that's very important for that reclamation. We have Dr. Judy Thompson. If you ever get a chance to see her TED Talk, it would be amazing. So there's a critical need to create a community of sharing, teaching, and practice. And I think that we do that in the Indigenous Matters, in AILA, in ATOM. I think that there's enough things around that we're working on to be able to talk about this knowledge and how we can work together, that we're honoring Indigenous voices and our relationships with each other. I love when I go to the Indigenous gatherings and I see people who've become family to me now that are doing the same work in other communities, because often we're the only one and we are the token many times in our library system. So that's always a hard place to be, and we need that support with each other. We had a few symposiums in Canada hosted by many different people to be able to continue the work. But I think the last one at in Vancouver, and not just because I'm from BC, was probably the most powerful, because I was able to read out some of the words that Jean Joseph sent to us because she was with her family. And I think that this is so important. I'm going to end this section with the basics of calling people by their name. And this is vital. She worked on this tirelessly when she was in doing this, and remembering that she was actually the title librarian for one of the biggest court cases in Canadian legal history, which was Delgamuukw Day. And you saw the Wet'suwet'en blocking. I'm sure they were on everybody's news this year, and that's her community. She's actually Wet'suwet'en, Notley-Wooten, so she's Dalit as well. So she actually is a supporter, and that's actually how she pulled me into librarianship. So she talks about adapting things and how we need to work tirelessly to get these embedded into the Library of Congress and into our national library system in Canada. And I believe that's for advocating through OCLC, and not to give them our free labor, but to work with them doing that. We should have people working on this and actually paid to do their work, because that's a reciprocal relationship. So I think that's very important, to have people there and to have Indigenous people in these places and other people, other BIPOC people in those places doing that work. And I know it's ongoing in the community, but often it's off the side of our desks and not something that's honored in those communities. So I believe this, and I think it's very true. One of the most basic acts of respect and recognition is for a human being to know them by your name. Let our people be known by our name. Please stop calling us Indians. I think that's very important for people to do as well, too. I know that for me, it's a very much an irritation, but I know it's for everybody. So there was a joint working group. We did worked on doing when I was still chair and then past chair, and I turned the reins over to other people that I recruited to do it. So an amazing job being done by Colette Portraz and Stacey Allison Cassan right now. So we did do an Indigenous First Nations Métis Indigenous ontology, but there needs to be a lot more work on it and a lot more help from people like Library and Archives Canada or OCLC and other people to be able to get that out. The other thing is recognizing space, putting up signage, making it friendly to Indigenous people. So that was number 6. Number 7 is about training opportunities, to not only provide opportunities like Spectrum, but to also train our existing staff and to embed appropriate pedagogy into our MLIS programs and MAS programs. So that's really crucial to do that. We had a gathering about that, about Indigenous curriculum and or Indigenous knowledge in the curriculum in November. I think that's really important to get some of those things happening. And I know it's happening individually in schools, but I've been advocating, and I'm hoping that this will actually happen, that things about diversity, equity, and inclusion are actually become part of accreditation, that they actually have to teach this kind of courses, that it's not an elective, that all librarians need to know how to work with Black, Indigenous, and people of color. My son, who's actually turning 37 on Monday, who I'm very proud of, said to me, "Mom, I love that BIPOC. I love that because we had a very different experience, and so did, of course, the Black community being forcibly taken here." After they ran out of Indigenous slaves here, because we actually were the first people that were enslaved. We're on the East Coast, and And then they ran out, so they went to Africa and forcibly removed people from their families and traumatized them. We know that there's intergenerational trauma, but they are a part of our community here in Turtle Island now. And then we have the people of color who have come here who do not deserve any of this xenophobia that's going on right now. We have to be really careful that we're respectful of each other, of our differences. Let's honor them. Let's work together to create a better future, because if we don't do this, we will leave this for our children and our grandchildren. And do you want them doing this work? I was looking at my notes from 20 years ago. Basically, I'm almost saying the same thing again. And I think it's time to stop talking. It's time to actually get to action, unless we want things burning down around us. So let's get to work. I know librarians are amazing for that. I remember Naomi Bishop saying to me when we had an 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning after the vendor parties on Friday night in Chicago. And I said, nobody's going to show up at 8 o'clock in the morning. She says, librarians, they will do it. They always surprise you. Sure enough, by the time the session started, the place was full. And so I always think about that, how amazing our profession is. And we need to continue that and be that catalyst for change. So one of the number 8 is a really big topic for me. I co-edited a book with ALA past president Lorraine Roy and Gretchen. Now I'm going to lose her name. Anyway, you can look it up, Indigenous Notions of Knowledge. It's been one of my passions for many years since I learned in anthropology about the theft of our knowledge and how it was copyrighted by other people. So this is really just echoing UNDRIP's recommendations. So United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. You can look that up later on and have a look at that. So we call upon them to fully implement UNDRIP. And there's articles 11, 12, and 31. Look them up. They're great. One of the things that I always talk about is the 4 R's. So reverence, respect, relationship, and responsibility. A relationship is not just saying, hi, I'm in a relationship with you. I'm going to make these promises and not do it. If you're in a marriage, you have to actually communicate, work together. It has to be give and take, or else that marriage doesn't last. We know this. And I think that it's about reverence for the other people, for their culture. So we have to think about this respect and reverence. And so I talk a little bit about Indigenous knowledge and how we are sharing it with other people, but that those resources need to come back in the form of supporting our communities and supporting things like ALA, supporting things like Indigenous Matters, working with our communities, not just taking the knowledge from them. So that's a really big call for people to support, especially people that have the power to change things. I know that it's difficult. I've worked for the government. I know it's hard. I know it can be very political. I said to my son when I first went to my first ALA, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is as political as Indigenous politics. Then I started going to Indigenous librarian gatherings, and I'm like, and it's even like 10 times. So it can be difficult. It's hard to make change. I support you in it. Just keep on doing it. The elders said yesterday on the call that I went on in our sharing circle, and I wanted to kind of prepare and thank them. I never got my voice to ever speak before I came here to the University of Manitoba. They say there's healing in the heart. Well, for me, it gave me my voice. I presented for the first time at the TCLI, the Tribal Colleges Librarians Institute, when it was in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 2012. And it was because these 2 elders had told me that I had to say it, or else I know who would say it, who would say what I need to say. And he said to me, I want you to tell the librarians tomorrow that we're on Turtle Island, and the turtle doesn't go anywhere unless it sticks its neck out. So stick your neck out. That was the message from Gary Robson, one of the elders. And I thought that was so appropriate, because I'd been talking with George and Cindy about how we need to move to action. We can't keep on saying sorry. If you're somebody you're in a relationship continually says sorry, but keeps on doing it, you get fed up and you move out of that relationship. And believe me, if an Indigenous woman stops talking to you, you're kind of in trouble. And that's usually what happens if you keep on doing it. So we want to say we want the same rights over our knowledge as non-Indigenous people have. In other words, you have copyright over your knowledge. We want copyright over ours. When you use the knowledge or the words I just spoke to you, say who you got them from. That's part of our community. I just told you who I got the words from. It's very, very important to do that in our community. And in my community, you would owe a shame feast if you did not acknowledge the elder you received your teachings from. So it's very important to do that. By the way, Gary Robson was our elder. He's retired now. He's Anishinaabe. And Carl Stone is another one who was one of my mentors, and Florence Painter, Norman Mead. And I think that we have to acknowledge those people that have been there for us. And I could go on and on about the elders that have been in my life, but we need to make sure that we pay that knowledge back in ways. In my community, go do the dishes or haul water, or cut fish, or cut firewood, or whatever. You go and help the elders with what they need. Bring them, go hunting and get a moose. Of course, you can't do that in the city, so people give them tobacco or a blanket. But we need to acknowledge them as our PhDs, and they need to be paid appropriately because they have those years of knowledge. One of the elders, Norman Mead, said to our elder Norman Mead, who is now our current elder at the university, said, knowledge comes from books, but wisdom comes from the Creator. And my word for the Creator is Hatigado. And it's very important that is the all-knowing, all-powerful one. And that's who gives us our wisdom. We get it. We say it's in our land as well. So when we spend time with our community and our relationships and we go back to our land, then we get that knowledge again. And I know I'm going to go a little bit too long, so I just want to get a few more things in about both. Basically, we want to have protocols about our knowledge. When you're working with knowledge that you have in your archive or your library, you need to have a relationship, an agreement, a protocol with the people whose land you're actually on and the people whose knowledge you hold and how they want it to be used. Because our knowledge sometimes is gendered. Sometimes it's clan. I come from the Tuskia clan. I'm matrilineal. My dad is Chiona clan. So I'm a Crow. My dad's a Wolf. There's knowledge that I have, but there's stories that he can tell that I can never tell. There's wolf songs, there's this song, there's family knowledge, and there's nation knowledge. So we need to be cognizant that there's many different types of knowledge and that we need to be respectful of our cultural concepts of copyright and also the right to know. Up until the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the church records of people that had their earliest pictures, oftentimes, people were in residential schools as early as 3. My uncle was one of them. My dad's youngest brother, Sam Collison, who has passed since now. But I think that one of the things is that they didn't have any pictures of their childhood. They would want to go in the archives and they wouldn't let them. And so we need to actually have the access to those records and the right to know. We need to be cognizant of this. We need to protect the records and the Indigenous knowledge in a sensitive way. Support language revitalization in your community. It was just the year of Indigenous languages. I'm hoping that people did a lot of work for that to be able to get that going on in their communities, remembering that our knowledge is not stuck in the past. There's stories, there's songs, but now it's in Facebook and hip hop and spoken word, and it's amazing watching it in film. So remembering that there's different kinds of things. And how do you know what to do with that? Well, you create a relationship with those people. It's all about relationship. If I want to know something about Dakota Sioux, I would go to somebody in my community here and say, what would your people want us to do with that? That's all you have to do. I don't think that it's really, rocket science. It's about creating those relationships. That's how you do appropriate and respectful library practice. So we have to recognize that timelines with Indigenous people are different. Many of my people still live off the land, maybe not permanently, but maybe majority-wise, are still out hunting and fishing and berry picking and ceremony time in the winter. I think it's really important to recognize that we have to organize our events and our meetings with them around Indigenous timelines, which are different. I also think we have to be respectful and go to the community and see who you should talk with. And that's by creating that relationship. They have a joke with anthropology that the first person you meet from the community is the village idiot. I don't know if you call anybody an idiot. That's not very nice, but it was an old saying about that. You want to actually get the right people, the elders. You go to the people. There's elected leadership. Go and ask them what you need to do. I think it's pretty much, I think that all of these are actually really innocuous. I thought that they were just common sense, but apparently people didn't know them. So it went across the country and people endorsed it. I want to say that people did do work. The CFLA FCAB copyright committee, with the help of the chair was Victoria Owen, and Kim Nayer is now at Cornell, and Ann Ludbrick and tons of other people worked with us on this project. You can look it up, but really essentially it's just asking Canada to respect and affirm and recognize Indigenous people's ownership. It did go forward, was able to speak at the standing committee. They spoke, I spoke as an individual. So our parliamentary, we actually were speaking to them, and things are changing. I believe that they're changing. I want to believe it rather than just have hope that it does, because I believe when you believe in something, you create action because you're going to do it. So they created an online database so people could share what they're doing. We love sharing our stories. We are a culture of orality. We teach the best. I'm not as great with writing as I am with sharing individually. And that is because of the many traditions that I learned as a young child with the elders on the land and how we shared our stories around the fireplace. We want to create a national organization that is just about Indigenous people, much like AILA here in Canada. So we've been working on regenerating NICLA. And it is, I believe, our path to reconciliation and our path forward in the future is about relationship. I have to say, I'm like, that real estate agents are saying location. Remember, it's about relationship. If you don't work on a relationship, it's not going to happen. And please don't tell me that it costs too much money for elders when they're coming and sharing the wisdom of our communities. That is just really not appropriate today. And these principles work for any community. They work for the Black community. They work for any, the Asia Pacific community, the Hawaiian community, you name it. They work for them all because they're principles that are recognized with Indigenous and other people around the world. I don't think that we can actually be the people who have control over knowledge. We have to work in relationship with other people. I love seeing all the diversity. I really like the drag queen storytelling. I think some of that's so cool. Why did we ever prejudice against members of our society? I have no idea. So we need to really look at that even in our communities, because, I know that people use the church, and I grew up in the church and Christianity. But you know what? It's love each other as you would love yourself. So we need to start that. And that was the one word that I was going to try to say to all of you in Tahltan is about loving each other. This is the NICLA work, some of the websites. And then this is what was featured in ARL a couple of weeks ago. There's a story in it that talks about how the University of Manitoba, I just want to acknowledge our UL, Lisa O'Hara, who came in and funded this. So all of the University of Manitoba librarians, the library assistants, library techs, all go through a basic Indigenous cultural competency. And it's a 13-week program, because you can't go to a session for one day and create a relationship. Into Megaziagamik, which is Bald Eagle Lodge, the Indigenous Student Center, into the Sacred Circle. We went, Lyle Ford and I went with the elders. They're creating relationships. It's actually transforming people. I'm a co-facilitator with Lyle Ford, who's Métis. He always says that I actually didn't just pull him out of the closet. I yanked him out. Oops, but I needed, in the Anishinaabe, and I think the Cree and many other traditions, you need to have a male and female co-facilitators. You need to have balance the energy.
This has been amazing. This has been amazing. I know we have a very short time left. Did you have like a concluding statement that you wanted to leave us with?
So all of this is actually in the presentation. So I'm just going to say these were the champions, Lisa O'Hara and Christine Shaw, and that I believe that we have to provide education for our existing staff so that they're welcoming to people, so we don't have issues like Black people getting arrested for being in the library. I think that floored me, shook me, that happening. So I think I'm just going to go right to the end, because I wanted to give you all of this knowledge so you would have it in the PowerPoint. I really believe that in the end, it's always about creating relationships with each other. There's been many transformational moments in the work that we're doing. I think that what we leave is for the next generation. to be able to do this work. And we have to make that path forward, make space for each other, and just to honor and to love each other. And so I probably won't say it correctly because in Teltan, so I don't actually want to say it because then the elders will laugh. But there's a saying that the Creator loves everybody. So Chia loves everybody. And we need to remember that we all are unique and special, and we need to love each other. So I think that that's really important. And that is really the essence of relationship. So I want to say, Madhu, thank you, in Teltan, for having me. And thank you to ALA, to the president, Wanda Brown, and incoming Julius Jefferson for hosting this virtually so we could still meet with each other. Madhu. Anybody has a question? Welcome to answer. After speed talking. That's what happens when you only give me half an hour. Just letting you know.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I just stunned everybody in silence.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Lamoureux, and I'm the current president of New Members Roundtable. I would like to begin by acknowledging that I am in Manhattan, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Lenape people. Thank you for attending the 2020 New Member Roundtable President's Program, Making Your Library Sustainable for Your Community and Our Future. Our program will consist of presentations from Raymond Pun, Instruction and Research Librarian at the Alder Graduate School of Education, Jody Borgadine, Continuing Education Services Manager at Amigos Library Services, Bobby Newman, Community Engagement and Outreach Library or Specialist at the National Network of Libraries of Medicine, and last but not least, Lizzie Bowden, the 2020 New Member Roundtable Emerging Leader, will be representing the 2020 New Member Roundtable Emerging Leader Project, the Library Weather Resiliency Clearinghouse. Before I turn it over to our presenters, I wanted to thank the New Member Roundtable President's Program Committee for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you to Marie, Giovanna, Jamie, Lavoris, Veronica, and Kim. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ray.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to share this. And here we go. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Nicole, for the introduction. I'm really thrilled to be here with my fellow co-panelists on this really important and timely topic. Again, want to extend my thanks to the New Members Roundtable for this invitation. And so I had come up with this title, World on Fire. We're running out of time prior to COVID-19. And now with more urging issues coming in, I see that this is more relevant. I actually had to debate whether I want to put the little dumpster fire emoji kind of meme there, but I think it really signifies what we're seeing. So I wanted to first say that this is a really important topic in terms of what we think about sustainability. I think we often need to think about the issue of climate justice. And I start off with this quote here by Reverend Lennox Yearwood Jr. Climate justice is racial justice. Racial justice is climate justice. And it's so important that we have to understand that the issues of racial justice, health, safety, and environment are deeply interconnected, as Yearwood Jr. mentions. We think about the issues of hurricane seasons affecting places in Houston to Florida. They're predominantly communities of color. We're thinking about the issues of Pacific Islands experiencing high level of sea rise, right? And the issues that are tangibly connected, environmental issues, such as the Flint case, water systems being polluted. Guess what? They are also affecting communities of color, predominantly Black communities and low-income communities. And what does that mean? I think it's important for us to reckon that this is something we cannot separate. They are all connected. Social, economic, environmental. Many of us might tend to think sustainability is an isolated environmental issue, but all of us need to really think of it as a really interlocking issue that affects our social well-being, our economics, of course, we're seeing. And it's so important to continue thinking about what the climate crisis brings to all of us and why it's so urgent to address it. Because if we don't do it now, then certainly we are challenging and not being on that side that really supports those that are really affected, including communities of color and other marginalized groups. So I come from California, and one of the things that's been going on is, many of you might be familiar with the wildfires that's been happening throughout the fall season, or we might replace it with the fourth season, fire season. And it's been happening, previously, not as bad last fall, but still occurring. And last 2 years, even before, we had the wildfire that basically destroyed a town of Paradise up in California, Northern California. And it's been really challenging, right, coping with this. And now we're seeing and thinking about what libraries are doing to respond, right, being sort of that emergency support center and working closely with communities, providing access for them to fill out forms for disaster relief and so forth. And so as I'm presenting, I'm giving you several different thoughts and ideas of what I'm seeing as a librarian and as a person who is an advocate for sustainability and climate justice. And now I think it's important to reckon that when we think about these resources, there are also counter narratives, unfortunately, counter narratives that are happening when it comes to climate justice and climate crisis. We're hearing things about, maybe we should be raking our leaves more, or things that are sound bites that are distractions that are not addressing the core issue. And of course, with these fire seasons happening more occurring, this is something that I've been thinking about as a librarian and what we can do to advocate more support for our libraries and to support those communities. Now, with that being said, I also have worked closely with other different academic programs. Previously, I supported first-year STEM programs that utilize campus sustainability resources, and then helping students find articles and resources that help them identify the connection between the water crisis, the droughts that are happening in California, and the issues of crime, issues of access, and issues of health and well-being for people living in Central Valley in California. And we're working closely with faculty. So it's really refreshing, if you have an opportunity, to engage with your academic departments to talk about how library resources can better help us understand the health and vitality of sustainability in the campus and in our communities. And knowing that the community, what's being affected, affects the campuses as a whole too. Now, from my own experiences, I've also attended conferences such as the Climate Heritage Mobilization Summit 2 years ago, which really focuses on climate heritage issues. You might not be familiar with this since it's an emerging group, but it's a global group that we're really focusing on how to preserve and conserve heritage cultures throughout the world, and ensuring that we also address the issues of climate migrants and refugees that are coming into different parts of the world. Many are coming to the United States. We actually have people who are part of this group, climate refugees, are environmental migrants who are forced to flee due to sudden or gradual alterations in the natural environments. People just moving and migrating, and as a result, being perpetuated by nation states such as ours, producing and creating a lot of carbon emissions, and then affecting high-level sea rises, making people come to our places, and then for us to really think about how do we support their cultural heritage as well, preserving them. Now, we all think about the UN Sustainability Goal, which it connects nicely to the climate heritage movement, what we're doing. And you probably have seen the new ALA task force on the SDGs. I encourage everyone to really look into this, developed in 2015. These 17 global goals designed for better sustainability for all. We need to start advocating, but start actually promoting what libraries are doing individually, whether that's through information literacy, whether that is through our partnerships with our community, to really ensure that we continue aiming these goals. It's so important because it's a global partnership, and for us as individuals, we want to collectively support each other as a global partnership. And I encourage you to take a look at it. It's really, really interesting. We're about 10 years in by the 2030 before these goals are quote unquote met. Now, we also know that sustainability as a core value is introduced in the library and information science field, but we have to really think about the next steps, right? The policy work, the curriculum, the really difficult conversations of how you introduce or really bring in climate justice as a racial justice issue, connecting that back into our LIS curriculum for future generations of librarians, educators, and scholars to really think about and grapple with these issues and continue measuring the effectiveness and what we need to do to bring that on board. So this is something that I'm really excited to have seen passed through ALA, and we need to promote that. But internationally too, there is the International Federation of Library Association, IFLA. Under their Environment, Sustainability, and Libraries Special Interest Group, they have this bullet point here, 10 reasons why public libraries should be engaged or like supporting environmental sustainability. Of course, this is more focused on environmental sustainability, but I want to point in a couple of interesting points here. The first is that they are encouraging other libraries to think about it. Apparently, the way I'm reading it, other libraries also have issues thinking about whether to support sustainability in their communities. And one interesting note here in number 2, it says, being quiet changes nothing. So of course, we need to continue introducing sustainability at a global framework. And as someone who has been a participant of IFLA, attending their conferences and really hearing what our colleagues are doing, it's been really exciting and hopeful to see that there's a lot of conversations on this. So I encourage you to look at this if you're sort of still thinking about what sustainability means in your library. Now, on the academic library side, I've worked closely with a lot of library workers in the area, bringing in together a cookbook by the Association of College and Research Libraries. The Sustainable Libraries Cookbook came out a couple of years ago, or last year. Gosh, I don't know, losing track of time, living at home, like many of us here. And we focused on these three themes. And you're wondering, as an academic librarian, possibly, what does that mean for me? Well, there's a lot of good examples. People are integrating environmental data, urban sustainability plans, community outreach, having really deep connections with their communities, bringing in films and a lot of exhibits to really showcase beyond the one-shot Earth Day, right, as we say. So think about what we're doing and being mindful, connecting it to the SDG goals is really crucial. And now I end with these 2 reflective questions because it's sort of a good way to segue into the next conversations from our panelists. First one is, how can libraries and library workers collectively mitigate climate crisis denial? I think this is an ongoing issue, and I think we play an important role to address this. Another question by the Swedish environmental activist, Greta Thunberg: what do we want the future living conditions for all species to be like? Right? So this is an important question when we're thinking about sustainability and our work as supporting climate justice, racial justice, and really ending that important quote that Executive Director of ALA, Tracy Hall, said yesterday: let our legacy be justice. And with that, I will end it. And thank you so much for your time and attention.
Okay, I think I am up next. My name is Jody Borgerding, and there we go. All right, thank you, everyone, and welcome. My name is Jody Borgerding. I am the Continuing Education Services Manager for Amigos Library Services. And what I want to talk about is how Library Consortia is a partner for sustainability. Since this is a new members roundtable and the main audience is new, mostly new librarians, I wanted to explain real quick just what a library consortium is, because it is kind of confusing, especially if you've never really worked with one closely before. It can be hard to understand exactly what it is and what we do. So, and despite that, it is kind of hard to explain what a library consortium is and does. According to the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, a library consortium is any local, regional, or national cooperative association of libraries that provides for the systemic and effective coordination of the resources of school, public, academic, and special libraries and information centers for improving services to the clientele of such libraries. Yeah, that's a pretty official sounding definition. But despite that, consortia, they're varied, ranging from large international organizations like OCLC to small informal groups. But the key element among consortia is that we are here, our purpose is to help foster collaboration and cooperation among member libraries. So I work for a consortia called Amigos Library Services, and it is a multi-state regional member-based consortium that's really dedicated to service libraries and cultural heritage institutions. We are based in Dallas and St. Louis. I'm based out of the St. Louis office, and it really is our mission. You can look this up on our website, that our mission is to unite libraries for action and strength in service to their communities. And we accomplish this through several services, such as resource sharing. We have a courier service. We have member discounts. The department I manage, continuing education and consulting. We also provide technology initiatives and so much more. For consortia, sustainability actually means something else. In consortia world, sustainability, when we're talking about sustainability in the consortia world, we're usually talking about sustaining, thriving, and surviving. Not so much sustainability in the aspect of environmentalism and environmental justice, but we do things to support that definition of sustainability. Internally, what we do at Amigos, we do a number of things that directly and indirectly affect the environment. Internally, we do offer qualified staff the opportunity to work remotely on a full-time or part-time basis. And I am lucky enough to be one of those individuals. So working from home during COVID has not affected me at all because I've been working at home for 3.5 years. Because our staff is scattered between Texas and Missouri, and Nebraska and Tennessee, actually, we almost always communicate virtually or electronically. And this and working remotely, I think, really helps reduce the number of cars on the road, reduces carbon emissions, especially in the heavy traffic areas of Dallas or St. Louis. And meeting electronically and virtually means not having to travel to Dallas or St. Louis to meet with our staff. We're also in the process of moving all of our server infrastructure to the cloud. So as a result, we are recycling the old server equipment as it is being decommissioned. And something new this coming fiscal year that we're really excited about, we're going to offer staff a day to do community service. So those of us with an interest or passion for environmental justice can offer our time and services to an environmental justice group on behalf of Amigos. And again, our mission is to unite libraries for action and strength and service to their communities. And whatever we can do to help our member libraries, as well as non-members, we help non-members as well, in turn makes them better equipped to serve their communities. So a lot what we do, the patrons don't see it directly, but they see what we do through the work that the libraries do by the help that we provide them. So in the context of sustainability, we are able to do this through a variety of services that we provide. One of them, again, the department that I manage is continuing education and online conferences. We offer topics, training for librarians, for library staff on topics that include health initiatives in libraries. Last fall, we did an online conference. One of my co-presenters, Bobby Newman, presented at that conference too, on health initiatives in libraries and how to create a culture of health within your community and amongst your staff. We also do classes to teach library staff on how to offer STEM-related programming and outreach opportunities for patrons of all ages. and really so much more. 99% of our training is done virtually. And again, this really does help reduce our carbon footprint that in the context of traveling. We also offer technology initiatives such as managing the Missouri Libraries to Go Overdrive collection in Missouri and the eRead Texas ebook program, which provides access to digital resources for small libraries. Many of these are in very rural areas. So by us coordinating these services for other libraries, those libraries' patrons now have greater access to resources, including titles about environmental justice, sustainability, STEM, and related information for patrons of all ages. We also support our members when sometimes the environment has not been great to them. After Hurricane Harvey ravaged the Houston area of 2017, several of our member libraries were affected. So we worked with them to adjust their courier schedule and procedures until they reopened. And we are also helping member and non-member libraries through this COVID pandemic that we are in right now. Back in March, as this pandemic was unfolding, we put on 2 free webinars for members and non-members with information, strategies, and tips on how libraries can prepare for and respond to this, at the time, unfolding pandemic. We also offered free access to everyone, regardless of their membership status within Amigos, to a series of recorded webinars on topics that we thought would be relevant to library staff that were just now suddenly working remotely or adjusting to changes in their job duties. These topics included the accidental cataloger, tools and tips for the reference desk, and virtual story times. So what's ahead? Well, that's really anyone's guess. At Amigos, we are exploring hosting online events for groups and associations. And this is coming out of the response to the cancellation of in-person events because of the pandemic. But I really strongly feel that moving events to the virtual environment, I think it's going to become more common as people recognize the environmental impact that in-person events have. We're also going to be looking at adding more continuing education offerings that include teaching library staff how to offer environmental focused programs in their libraries. If you're not a member of Amigos, but maybe you're a member of another consortia or group in your area or region, check and see what they're doing too. This is just what we do is just a small part of what consortia do overall. And so other consortia and groups are doing other great things, especially in the areas of conservation and preservation and digitization and the environmental sustainability effect that those groups have. So again, be sure to check out what your local consortia is doing in regards to sustainability and environmental justice. So I'd like to thank everyone for attending. If you have questions or comments, please do not hesitate to contact me. And I'm going to turn it over to Bobby right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. And thank you, Ray, for, let's see. Okay, there we go. It's great to be part of such a wonderful panel. So, oops, not that view. Are you seeing my notes?
Yes, we are.
Okay. We'll share the other screen. There we go. Now, okay. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for having me here today. I'm excited to be on this panel. My name is Bobby Newman, and I am the Community Engagement and Outreach Specialist at the Network of the National Libraries of Medicine. And what I do there is connect mostly public libraries with the information and resources they need to improve the health and wellness of their communities, but also with their staff. And over the last year or so, I have delved pretty deeply into creating a healthy workplace for library staff and libraries. And surprisingly, sustainability ties into that. So a lot of what we have learned is the things that make your building a better place to be in also improve the health and wellness of library staff. And there is ample research to show that also then improves productivity of the staff, but also improves the services that you're providing to their community. It may seem a little obvious, but a staff that is healthy and happy provide better customer service, they're more productive, and they're more engaged in the work they do, which makes our libraries a better place to be for everyone. So let's talk a little bit about some of the benefits of improving your library space. And there's a growing body of research on this. So I've just done a few citations, but green buildings that were built to be sustainable, that could be LEED certified, have significant improvements in the health of employees. And that includes reduction in absenteeism or presenteeism, which is where you're at work, but not fully engaged with the work. And we see that very often in libraries because we see presenteeism often in libraries because either they have poor sick leave policies, maybe you just have a limited amount of PTO, and you know if you use that up for illness, you're instead not going to get a vacation, or the people don't like to take vacation time or sick time because they know the library will be short-staffed without them, and that ties back into vocational awe and the work that Filbazi has done. But so green buildings specifically will reduce also absenteeism and presenteeism and reduced work hours from things related to the condition of the building. So asthma, respiratory allergies are tied to your ventilation system and the condition and the state of the ventilation system, whether outside air is brought into the building, whether the carpets are old, things like that. But also the buildings that we often see in libraries, especially where staff have been put into areas maybe that were never originally intended for staff, lack natural light, lack a view of nature, are lit with fluorescent lights, maybe are cubicles or open workspaces, and those things also lead to depression and stress. But when you start building buildings as a sustainable building or green building, you move away from those practices and you rely more on natural light and other things like that in the employee workspace. So when you do that, when you do green buildings or sustainable buildings, the workspaces are often designed to embrace the natural light, to embrace access to the view of nature, to encourage employees to get up and to move around, to get away from their computer, to take the breaks. And all of that leads to an increase in productivity. So the amount of work they're doing, which I'd like to say that health is its own benefit, but we've got taxpayers, so productivity matters. An increase in happiness of the employees, but it also improves their health and wellness, which is important because that can affect insurance costs, and job satisfaction. So it helps reduce costs for the library for things like turnover, in addition to the absenteeism and presenteeism I mentioned before, and then just general comfort in being in the library, whether that's physical comfort for, feeling like your workspace is a temperature that is ideal for you, that your light is at a temperature that's ideal for you, that it's ergonomic, but also like emotional and mental comfort, that you have a space to go to decompress from emotional labor or invisible labor that you have to perform on the job, those kind of things. So let's look a little bit closer at natural light. It has a pretty significant effect on our overall well-being. And one of the biggest things is just reducing eye strain. Like so many of us, librarians spend a lot of their time sitting in front of a computer, and which increases our eye strain. But having access to natural light during the day at work will help reduce that, which then reduces headaches, but it also improves your sleep at night, which helps reduce your drowsiness during the day. And then just having seeing the sun and sunlight can reduce your drowsiness at work. So when you're getting that 2 p.m. afternoon slump or 3 p.m. afternoon slump, if you have a workspace that gives you access to natural light, that really helps with that. So again, that will improve performance and comfort and mood in the library. So access to natural light is great, but access to nature is even better. There's plenty of research that shows that access to a view with nature will improve your overall well-being while at work. And it also significantly lowers your blood pressure. So there's a good body of research out there that having access to nature, and you might be able to hear my birds chirping outside, significantly lowers your blood pressure, which is great because sometimes working in a library can be stressful and raise your blood pressure. It also contributes to your overall health and well-being. People who are overall more healthy recover more quickly from illness, which is important for them and for the libraries they work on. Exposure to nature also helps reduce the impact of stress. Someone who's stressed tends to have more health problems and may be more prone to illness or more prone to absenteeism. And it can help increase your attention capacity. So that's, again, you're tied to productivity and your ability to do your work efficiently and well. And it just improves your psychological well-being. Oops, I thought I took this slide out. We're going to skip that. So I want to tie this into then why it matters for the library. So just to wrap this back into a bow, improving the health and wellness of your staff increases their productivity, their overall happiness, but it also increases customer satisfaction because your patrons have more positive interactions with your staff when they're healthy and well. Okay, so that's all great and good, but I know some of you aren't building a new building anytime soon. So what can you do right now? There's a couple things that you can do at low cost or no cost. Look at this current physical space that you have. Continue to aim for the best, but go ahead and work with what you have. So look, this is the time maybe as people are coming back into libraries, if you've been telecommuting or having reduced staff due to the pandemic, look at the space you have. You're going to need to be enforcing social distancing anyway. So this is the time to look around and think, how can we redo these cubicles or reassign workspaces or make new spaces workspaces to make sure that we've got 6 feet between staff while they're at work. And then look at some of the areas that you've in the past considered patron space and staff space. And so can you give your staff access to windows with natural light? It's one of the great things that you can do that's the easiest. Another option is to look at standing desks. You may have to spread staff out in the building, which means you may either need to move desks. One of the recommendations I've heard about considering standing desks includes getting people to try, and some people may find they don't like them or they don't work well for them and they won't choose to have them. That way you're not, if you have a staff of 60 or 100 people or more, you're not buying all 60 desks at once. You may buy 5 and rotate them through, and some people will choose to have one and some won't. An added benefit of standing desks or adjustable height desks is that they, especially in a public workspace, a shared workspace, when you're staffing a desk, is that they can adjust to the height of the person who's sitting there, which makes them better for everyone overall. It was a popular trend in libraries and in other places a few years ago, and still is some places, to have open workspaces. As you go back into your libraries, obviously that's not a good idea during a pandemic. So look at how you can make sure that your staff have private spaces. They need those to have private phone calls, to process the emotions they may have to go through at work, if they have health issues, things like that. Encourage plants in personal and shared spaces. Bringing nature into the library also helps a lot, and plants are generally an easy way to do that. Look at the air quality in your library and what your system looks like right now. This is especially important during the pandemic, and air circulation is important for an airborne disease or infection. And really encourage people to take their lunches and their breaks. If you're a leader, lead by example by getting up and getting out of the building and going away from your desk on your break. If you're a staff member, I strongly, strongly encourage you to do this. This is an area I struggle with still, so I will admit that freely, but also I know that when I do it, I come back so much more refreshed and better in the afternoon when I do this. I also would encourage you to take a look at your policies. Jody mentioned telecommuting and the benefits of that, reduced pollution from cars on the road, those kind of things. So if you can, go ahead and continue and allow telecommuting. I know it's really hard in libraries when we have positions that need to be staffed that are patron facing, and we feel like those are really important. But within the boundaries of that, look at, can you allow telecommuting? I often hear at this point, well, oh gosh, if we're allowing telecommuting, how will we know if people are working? That's what? Oh, 1 minute.
Hi, sorry, you're 10 minutes.
Okay, so this is my last slide, and I will just go ahead and stop there.
Let me make sure to unmute. Hello, everybody. Let me share my screen really quickly. And share. And okay. Okay, so hi, everybody. My name is Lizzie Bowden, and I am the new member roundtable sponsored emerging leader for 2020. And it turns out 2021 as well. And I just wanted to give you guys a brief sneak peek of the project that I'm working on with my fellow emerging leaders, Catherine Donnell, Rhonda Evans, Kayla Cooney, Jennifer Embry, and Victoria Krim. And we have been working very hard for the past few months on what we are calling the Climate Change Library Lab. And what the Climate Change Library Lab will be when we are finished is a website with information and advice for libraries to prepare for climate change related disasters in their communities. As we know, climate change is happening, and it will affect almost every library in the United States. And so what we are trying to do is create a really comprehensive set of resources around climate change for almost every type of library. We know that there are a lot of resources about climate change available to people, but we wanted to create a space where people could start to find information regardless of the type of library, whether it's public, academic, special, regardless of the location, urban, rural, suburban, the type of disaster, whether it's a fire or a flood or a tornado, and the type of topic. So we're focusing on many different areas related to climate change, and many that have actually been mentioned already today. So when this project is finished, it will have these areas of focus: emergency preparedness, both within the library as far as staff training, financial planning, pre-disaster planning for collections, and also kind of around the broader community. How can a library think about how to communicate disaster-related information in advance, perhaps disaster-related medical information. During the post-disaster recovery, there will be special populations that libraries will need to communicate with and get information out to, and planning that type of thing in advance is really important. So we'll be talking about that. We're also planning to have case studies about libraries with information from libraries who have gone through climate-related disasters, what they did, what happened, and what they wish they had known in advance, which we think will be of a lot of value to people. We're going to have information about climate change-related programming, a reading list of resources, and we'll also be talking about sustainability in your library and also within library buildings if people are building a brand new library, if they're lucky enough to be able to do so. So this project will be very large. We had hoped to have it done, of course, by this annual conference, but COVID-19 certainly did pause us, and we are going to take the rest of the year to continue working on it, and with the plan of presenting it at ALA Annual in 2021. So we will continue collecting case studies and interviews, continue our original initial research and source review, continue to flesh out our areas of focus. And we're also going to add in even more information because we are able to do so. And obviously, disease and public health issues caused by climate change is really on everybody's mind right now with the pandemic, and how that might continue to, both this pandemic and in the future, how they can affect libraries. And so obviously we're going to be bringing that in. It's kind of the hot topic of the day. And also climate justice, racism in the environment, of course, is also something where we're taking a pause and realizing this is something we really need to talk about, that libraries need to talk about generally, and talk about both how to educate their patrons and how to work with their community to help ameliorate issues where they can. So this is what the project will be. We're really, really excited for it. We think it's going to be extremely valuable, and we wanted all all librarians to know about it, but certainly new members going into libraries for the first time or who are early in their careers. And we would certainly like to ask, here's our contact information for all of our group members. And if you would like to take part in this in any way, especially if you have experienced a climate-related disaster at your library and would like to take part in a case study or interview, please do get in touch with us. We would really love to hear from you. And thank you very much. So,
thank you, guys. So we did get a couple of questions that came in. And so I'll just read those out to you guys and kind of we've got about 7 minutes to talk about them. So the first one that came in was, how do you respond to those that continue to buck virtual meetings, insisting on face-to-face in spite of costs and other issues?
You just do them.
Yeah. I think maybe I'm a data person. I'm a data stats person. And so if you want to make the case to try and convince your administration or your boss or your colleagues to ditch the in-person meetings and move more virtually, bring data, bring statistics, and other examples of groups or organizations. Doesn't have to be library related. Go outside of the library field and look at in the business world or the education field or the nonprofit world about how they have moved to virtual online meetings. And really, when you make your case, back it up with information and data.
I think too, it's fair to ask them what they think the benefit of in-person meetings are. And I was getting to this a little bit towards the end of my slide, but you often hear pushback when people are working remotely, like, how do you know they're working? The same way you know they're working when they're in the office, their job gets done. If someone isn't performing, that's a performance issue, not a remote working issue. And if you're concerned about your people not being present during the meeting, that's a performance issue, not a virtual meeting issue.
Exactly.
The other question that actually came in was kind of similar to that. I did want to know the argument for how employers are telecommuting. How employers know telecommuting employees are working.
Yeah. So this is such, and maybe I should let somebody else go first on this one, but I'll go and then everybody can put their thoughts together. But yeah, it's the same way you know they're working when they're in the library, their work gets done. So if somebody isn't getting their work done, then that's a performance issue, and you have a conversation with them about that, the same way you would if they were in the library and their work wasn't getting done. That I strongly discourage any type of micromanaging or time reporting or anything like that tied to remote working. That will not improve productivity. It will not improve morale. It will not make your employees happier. It will not make you happier in the long run. We all have goals and we have our job to get done. And if someone isn't meeting your expectations, have a conversation with them about that.
Yeah, I agree with what Bobby just said. I think it also comes down to the relationship between the individuals, but also realizing that people might be caregivers, might have some other circumstances or situations that may not help them or may not be able to give them the opportunity to meet in person. Because right now there's a lot of changes going on, and there's a lot of external factors affecting people's access, and it's not simply we can just sort of flip back to everything in person again, because I know, for instance, like schools are still closed, right? And like people, or a lot of other situations that would make it harder for people to meet in person.
I just want to add, I've been managing staff remotely for 3.5 years. And so a lot of what, Bobby said, is true, in that if they're not performing well, then that is a performance issue. I think a lot goes into it as a manager. Again, I managed 2 staff members. At one point, I had 2 staff members in Dallas. I'm in St. Louis, and right now I've got a staff member in Springfield, Missouri, and another one in Omaha, Nebraska. And we have met in person just literally a handful of times over a year, but we meet online all the time. And I don't mean that in, oh, here we go, another Zoom meeting, but Erin and Emily and I, we have kind of replaced the water cooler talk or the popping into an office with this thread on Teams. And so we check in that way, even if it's, oh, hey, how was your weekend? Or did you watch the Oscars last night? Or, hey, did you know that season 2 of this show is out? So again, it's, we take those few moments to have those water cooler pop in the office conversations that we are missing in person. So again, I think a lot of it is trying to, I don't want to say replicate, everything in person on an online environment, but still having those friendly collegial conversations. And that is one way that, as a manager, I can check in with Erin and Emily without, being micromanaging or not, trusting them or anything, but still giving them an opportunity, to chat and, ask questions or anything. So I think that's really key to managing remote workers. Yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off. We're at the top of the hour, but I just wanted to thank you all again. We hope you enjoyed the session. It is recorded. And if you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'd be happy to help. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, feel free to send me an email.
Same here.
Everyone.
ALA. I am Liz Galati. I'm happy to be here for the Women in the Future of Gaming panel. I have lovely guests here. I am here simply because I've been a pop culture publicist for 20 years, ranging everything from comics to gaming to video games. And I have the luxury and honor to have a panel of ladies here that are not the first ladies. These are not the first people doing something. Well, in Keisha's case, of course, she's bucking the trend. She is the first person doing something. That said, they are absolutely changing the face of gaming and how we communicate, why we communicate, and why we game. So with no further ado, I will let each lady start off to introduce themselves. Darcy?
Hey everybody, I'm Darcy Ross. My pronouns are she, her, and by day I am a community manager over at Monty Cook Games. We make tabletop role-playing games for kids and adults. I also have done some design work in other games. So there's an upcoming Roll20 RPG called Burn Bright that's launching like very, very shortly. And so I have some expertise on kind of online gaming, sort of taking analog games like board games and role-playing games and streaming them to a live audience. And I also am a resource on kind of community management and tabletop publishing. So excited to be here.
Keisha?
Hello, everyone. I am Keisha Howard. I am founder of Sugar Gamers, which for the last 11 years has advocated for diversity and inclusion in the gaming space. I'm also head of marketing for Live CGI, which specializes in virtual spaces, CGI content, and just sort of brand continuity in this day and age. And, you know, for the last 11 years, I just really want to push the needle forward and see progression in this space.
Finishing out with Shale.
Hi everyone, my name is Shale. I'm the CEO and co-founder of The Last Game Board. The Last Game Board is an interactive tabletop product. It's a 16 by 16 inch device that's square. It looks like a big iPad. It's thin, it's lightweight, it's portable. When you turn it on, it's like Netflix or Kindle. You have access to a library of games. You can play anything you want. Our proprietary, Our proprietary technology is the ability to use physical pieces or cards or dice on the digital surface of our game board. So if you have a chess set at home, a Catan piece, anything, you can play it on the game board. We do RPG games, traditional tabletop games, any open source games. Anyone can build a game for game board. And our mission is to kind of connect and bring people together and use technology to enable face-to-face connections.
Love it. So games are new-ish to libraries, but they are obviously gaining traction. Now, any librarian, whether an established gamer or new to the world, can Google, market share and lists of manufacturers and stuff like that. But I'd love to hear from you guys. Why is gaming important now? Why is this something that somebody needs to pay attention to right now? And what is your insight on what they should be paying attention to right now? Shale, you want to start?
Sure. I think gaming has been vital to society forever, right? I think that board games especially have been here since like the dawn of existence of mankind, right? They bring people together. Fundamentally, they bring down, social stigmas, barriers. They bring down a lot of things that we naturally see in ourselves or we see in people around us, and they get us to the truth of who we are. And that's just the ability to want to connect, to play, to learn from each other. And games just strip away all the fluff and all that stuff behind it and just have you focus and have you be a part of something that's bigger than yourself, that's connecting you and connecting other people. And especially in times of like social isolation and being far away, games to me and games to us are more important now than they've ever been. It's for mental health. It's for connectivity. It's making sure that you feel like your expression, your artistic abilities, no matter what they are heard and they're shown. And we do that through gaming.
I love it. I love it. Darcy, now you're a community manager every day. What's your take on that?
A big thumbs up, Shale. That was brilliant. I think, you know, you talk about the last game board being, you know, part of its mission is this enabling that face-to-face communication, that spark of community. I think the way that games are changing right now, and why it might be important for libraries to sort of dip in at this time or dip in new ways, is that there's been this greater role of kind of the spectator gamer that we might get talking about a little bit later. You know, the role of Twitch streaming and people who might love a specific gamer who plays a multitude of games, and like that's kind of, they're not picking up the controller or the game piece themselves, but they are feeling a part of this gaming community. They're getting a lot out of the experience of games sort of in a spectator role. And when I think about libraries, I think about the way that they're these wonderful repositories of information and stories, and also a place for people to come together around them. And I think that the way that games are currently changing is to embrace that in new ways with sort of online streaming. And I'm really excited to see maybe the ways that libraries can interface more with this kind of streaming gamers coming together in community-oriented ways. And so I think, yeah, that's a bit of a ramble, but I think that's why games now is people are have more platforms for coming together as a community, and libraries can kind of access those people and those stories through those platforms.
What's your thought, Keisha? Because you've got kind of more of a video game tech, you know, attitude towards this stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, really interesting sort of fact about me. When I was younger, growing up on the south side of Chicago, I used to just get bullied at school. I found going to school very depressing. And where I used to play hooky was the library. And, you know, out of all the fun places to go, that was where my sort of home was. That's where I felt safe. And the library serves a way bigger role than we could ever imagine for neighborhoods that are underserved or overlooked. And if it weren't for like my local library, I don't think I would have made it as far as I have. With that being said, you know, the information that is there and all the things that are offered there is incredibly important. Gaming in general is foundationally how we learn. It's how we simulate what we're going to be doing in our adult lives, or how we simulate how to solve a problem. It's critical to the principles of thinking that we use. So no matter what the format of the game is, whether it's analog or on a board game, or whether it's a digital format, it's definitely the place where we're going to problem solve and come up with new ideas in a way that's not stressful, in a way that teaches us about ourselves. And it's incredibly important to take a very, very close look at where the gaming industry is going and what it means to our society as a whole.
I totally agree with you 110%. I think the power of most pop culture mediums is it is an introduction to either see yourself reflected into something else, but it's also to try out new things. And especially with gaming, you have, you know, there's cause, effect, you know, a framework, you know, you manage your expectations, and it gives people there's a suspension of disbelief that lets them really try out not only new things about themselves, but to see new things about other people. That said, you know, it's exactly like you said, libraries, and especially with the economy going south, libraries are going to see a flood of new people, old people. Everyone's going to be looking for, you know, internet usage, you know, media, all of it. I mean, libraries are going to be inundated. So how, for a librarian, would you guys say how to identify who's a gamer?
Oh, I'll take this one. In my opinion, I don't know about Shell and Darcy, everyone's a gamer. Like every single person. The title gamer is something that, for whatever reason, is something that we don't want to self-identify as. Like there's a portion of society that's like, I'm not a gamer. Yes, you are. Do you watch movies and call yourself a moviegoer? Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
gaming is it's inherently part of our lives. So whether you're doing something super simple like playing tic-tac-toe or Candy Crush on your phone or checkers or whatever, you're still a gamer to some degree. You understand the fundamentals of gaming, why they're compelling, and how it helps you connect to other people. Like everyone's a gamer to me.
I agree with that. I think everyone's a gamer. You know, when I talk about board games, and I never ask, do you play board games? I say, what board games have you played and what resonates with you the most? Because everyone in their you have played a board game. I have yet to meet a single individual who's like, I've never played a board game. Or, you know, and it's just that idea of like, gamer is a title. It is not, you know, you don't want to be in that category, which is fine, but you play games. Everyone does. It's like who we are as humans.
I agree.
Yeah, one of the things I found fascinating is because I do a lot of marketing work, is it, you know, that subtle word choice can really make people bounce off of or be drawn to a given like maybe activity or program that a library might have, right? Is what I'm sort of imagining. And so, you know, tabletop role-playing games are like Dungeons and Dragons, right? That can feel really inaccessible to some people. So one of the kind of moves we've made is trying out different kinds of language. And I think that might be really valuable as a given library tries to access its own audience and serve it. You know, storytelling games is really what we've moved to a lot of, because everybody loves stories. That's like a fundamental human trait, right? And, you know, if gaming is how we're interacting with those stories, how we're creatively generating them together, whether that story is, you know, the narrative of who will win in a tic-tac-toe game, right? There's still this sort of drama that gaming creates. And so I think I would just encourage people to maybe ask their audience about, you know, even surveys, right, might help kind of understand the language that your constituents are sort of using about themselves. And that might help you, you know, gear games toward them in ways that sort of reflect who they already think they are or who they want to be.
And I think that's a great way to put it. I mean, I think there's certain monikers: social gamer, core gamer, hobby gamer, tabletop gamer, you know, so really kind of like honing in on how to refer to things.
Yeah.
Now the first, for, you know, the librarians at home, this was not the first time we did this panel. The first time we did this panel was at C2E2 this year. Man, have things changed.
Roughly 100 years ago, yes.
like 100, like it feels like forever ago that we all were in Chicago together. That's crazy.
And you know, gaming in every moniker has changed dramatically in that time. So you guys, how has it changed for you? What are the changes that you've seen? What are pros, cons?
I'll
go for it.
I think people are embracing games more. And maybe because I see this a lot from the tech side and a lot from like venture capital side and a bunch of bros in Silicon Valley who like ignored D&D, who didn't know what RPG, they didn't understand role-playing games, they didn't understand this. And all of a sudden they're seeing a ton of people being vocal, posting about it, talking about it. And suddenly it's like, wait, this industry exists? It's like, hell yeah, this exists. This has been going on for decades. You're just late to the game. Like suddenly it's like, oh my gosh, there's this huge industry with this like large purchasing power and people are hungry for it. I'm like, you think people just don't want to sit around and watch Netflix? There are different ways to engage. There are different ways to be a part of a community. And it's our responsibility as creators, as entrepreneurs, as visionaries to like enable tech and enable games that bring this to life. And I think that society now is seeing the power of what hobby games, social games, video games, anything, but the power of gaming and how it connects people and how it's not some Orwellian dystopian future we need to fear in the future. It's about like creating things that work for us. So I think it's been positive. Maybe that's a positive light to COVID and everything that's going on. I said the C word. I said I wouldn't, and I said it.
Oh, say it. We're all saying it. We're all thinking it. We're all breathing it. You know, it's part of the narrative right now. Did you have any thoughts on that, Darcy?
Yeah. So one of the surprises, you know, there's a if you had told Darcy of 2019 there's a pandemic, what happens to gaming, I would have said, cool, all of these explorations of how do we game better together online are going to flourish. People are going to use more of these services. People are going to become more aware of them. I could have guessed that. What I might not have guessed is how important being in a digital game space with my friends together has sort of become as a way to feel like we're hanging out, right? Animal Crossing, right, is this Nintendo Switch game that's absolutely hugely popular and extremely peaceful and out in nature. And so for many reasons, I could see why it's appealing right now. But I think one of the reasons that I've seen is that it is a place to go. Gaming as a place to go hadn't been as apparent to me as how important it is until now. And so you're seeing Tinder dates go meet up on each other's Animal Crossing islands because, where do you go? We're tired of Zoom. Zoom is where work lives. Animal Crossing, my gaming space, is a more gentle, intimate place for us to hang out and feel that recharge those batteries about being around other people you'd like to be around. So I've been fascinated by seeing games as places people go to for sort of refuge.
That's cool as shit. I didn't know any of it.
It's really geeky, but there's enough of us, so it's happening.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Keisha, did you have any thoughts?
I mean, yeah, I've never gotten more work than in the last 4 months. It's been intense. But one thing that I have to say about it that I'm concerned about is that as it pertains to working in the industry specifically, there are always social disparities in gaming. Mm-hmm. And I just sort of was fortunate enough and lucky enough to be working in this industry during this time. What is disturbing to me is that we're not at the place in our society where there is the diversity that needs to be in this space right now, because it is flourishing and it's more important than ever. And everyone's now looking at it in a whole different lens because, as Darcy mentioned, this is where we hang out now, how we connect. This is what we're doing. And we're tired of Zoom meetings and we're looking for more and more ways to engage that feel real while being safe and healthy. And the people who are creating these spaces, the people who are sort of in charge of what looks like, there needs to be so many more voices involved in that process.
Agreed.
No, and that brings me to, and just so you guys know too, we have some questions starting to come in, which is cool, but we're going to hold them for just a minute. That brings us to really the large elephant in the room that's been here for hundreds of years. We are now seeing, because of COVID, people finally dealing with social issues and disparities that haven't been dealt with, and that frankly are so beyond overdue. For the tabletop gamer, there have been a number of issues involving the Origins Convention that I'm not going to pass judgment on it. That's like a whole other conversation. We could be talking for 3 hours. But these are incredible things that finally people are having conversations. GAMA is the retailer organization for basically hobby gaming stores, and we're seeing people finally saying, whether it is diversity, whether it's oppression, whether it is social economic issues, that we have to start dealing with this, which is good. It's overdue, but it's good that we are finally there. And I think that really brings to the point that has come up among all of you, that gaming and community go hand in hand. With that said, in COVID, we are now advancing, what that community means. How do we define that community? And now we are at the point where, it's time. What does your community do to raise those voices that need to be heard, and to deal with online trolls, to deal with maybe people who see this as something that is, it's politics. I don't want to talk about politics in my gaming. So that said, what is the vision for you guys of an ideal community What are the responsibilities of being a member of those communities?
That's a dense question.
I know. Keisha, you want to go?
Oh, I thought Shell was going to go.
Okay, fine. All right, I'm going to. Thank you. I'll say something that's super personal to me. Last year, when conventions and everything was going on, Game Board was much newer than it was now, and we were setting up all these meetings with tabletop publishers and board gamers. And the person who was helping us coordinate the meeting said, "Shale, I'm not going to have you sit in on a list of meetings. I just kind of want to protect you." And I was like, "What?" And I realized he was talking about the fact that I was a brown girl and it just wouldn't be received well. They said that Tim, my co-founder, who's, white male, the meetings would go better. And I kind of was okay with it. I said, sure. I said, whatever's best for the company. And then all this stuff started kind of happening. And, it gave me a chance to reflect on me and the decisions I make and who I am and the faults that I have and the perception that I gave out by saying, cool, and just taking a back seat. And I regret that a lot. And I think that what this has taught us in social disparity, what has taught me personally, is that I am my own advocate. I am my own voice. And through me, can I enable my community? Can I enable my peers? Can I enable change? And if I do not change my behavior, how can I expect that from a greater society? And that includes the choices that I make every day. So I will never do that again. And I'll own who I am, take it or leave it. And I think that's something personally I've learned from this experience. And I feel like that's the only way to really help around you, to call out bullshit, to call out so much inequality that there is. And finally, and you know what, we can get mad at people coming into the game late, just saying a simple phrase like Black Lives Matter. Like, why did it take you so long to say that? It's fine if it came in late, as long as it came and you acknowledge it and you receive it and you truly understand what that means, So it's my personal experience.
Love it. Love it. Oh, yes. Darcy, you want to
go? First of all, that breaks my heart. And I know there's so many stories like that. But so I think that I have 2 points I want to make sort of regarding communities. And one of them is, Shale, you're talking about the work that you need to do to improve things. And man, I adore you, but you are not where the work needs to happen, right? I just attended a really great seminar by Writing the Other. Kay Tempest Bradford and Nisi Shawl put on this seminar on how to be a better ally. And it's, basically for, primarily like people like me, right? Well-meaning people with probably various positions of power in whatever creative field you're in, wanting to be less bad, right? To, be more proactively good about, creating better opportunities and addressing this kind of social inequality that we're having. And one of their sort of action items was like, come get your people. And it's about like, hey, white people, like, go over, if there are other people who look like me and are, being rude at a convention or something to, POC, and I see it happen, right? Like, it's on me to stand up to. And I think that when we talk about, so I think there's a lot of work that needs to be happening on people like my end, right? And I work at a company that's basically all white, right? So tons of work we're trying to do, but need to do more, right? When we talk about kind of other kinds of communities, I've been thinking lately about how we want to make inclusive communities. And I think we always have to ask ourselves, like, inclusive for who, right? And so I think that there's this, often when I see communities start up around gaming, there's this sense of like, we just want everyone to get along. We want everyone to just get along with each other. And so there's this real resistance to like, making anyone mad if you call them out wrong, right? There's this real like resistance of taking stronger actions to curate that community and make it a better place. And so I think that when I think about like kind of my vision for communities, I think they need to have tools for gracefully asking certain people to leave and go work on their stuff before they come back. Because if we keep kind of toxic elements in our communities, we're not being inclusive. We're going to be pushing out by proxy all the people who are getting pushed out because of that bad behavior. So I think there's like a whole many hours of conversation we could have on this, but rethinking what it means to be an inclusive community with respect to gaming, I think is really important right now.
Well, you want to chime in?
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now, I'm not necessarily sure what the metric of success for libraries are, right? But in our society, we live in a capitalistic society. So for the entirety of the time I have existed, it's all really about the bottom line. It's all really about like what your metric of success is. And it wasn't until just this moment where we were forced to look at our humanity and be introspective for ourselves and introspective of the companies or the organizations that we're leading and what that culture is beyond the bottom line, beyond profits, beyond those other metrics of success, that change was ever going to happen. Like, who cares if everyone's getting paid? Who cares if like at least you can pay your bills, at least this is a successful institution, right? You can put out a statement and not really do the work as it pertains to leaning into what community you say that you want to have is. So now that we're here, that pivot is so much more important because people are really looking at that, and you have to stand by the community that you're trying to build, or it will affect your success or those other success metrics where it wasn't like that before. So, before, Shale, you had just mentioned you had been in meetings and, they said not to say anything. It was all a bottom line thing, right? They want to make sure that they can get the investment. And before this moment happened, you can be in an all white company and like, who cares? Mm-hmm. Everyone's happy, right? Everyone gets along. But now, like, libraries as a pillar of any community have to really understand what that community is and what they're trying to push forward in society for our future. And gaming is such an important part of that. It's such a fundamental part of our humanity and our society. And especially as a career choice, I mean, before it was looked at as such a goofy career choice for so long. I think for people that, what you said?
I said it's a fun career.
Yeah, it's
the Indian head nod, but yeah.
It wasn't taken seriously. At least in my space in digital gaming, it's a $150 billion industry that does not include women or people of color. Like, it's a career that people make loads of money off of, and we haven't been socialized to include everybody. And libraries as a pillar of the community can change that narrative or help change that narrative. So like young girls like me, that like the only place they have to go is that free library. There is that resource to let me know that this space can include me too.
Well, and going along the lines of going back to Darcy about, what, tools, research, etc. I have my personal view as the senior, the classic version of the gamer. I think that all gaming is about being the hero in some regards. And to me, being part of gaming is standing the hell up. If I had to say it in 2 words, it is advocate, connect, empower. Advocate for people who are as the beast of the Southern Wild said, if someone is smaller and sweeter than I am, that's your job to help them up. And connect people to opportunity, connect people to each other, connect people to information, connect people in any way every day, and then empower. This is a marathon, not a sprint. This is, as Darcy put it very correctly, brown people, black people, Asians, whatever. It's not their job. It's their job to exist. So it is on the rest of us. And it's, as to, well, where do I get started? All of these types of things. Start wherever you can. Start today. It's not hard. And it's like anything else. Once you get started and you realize, this is a selfish act. This is about making the world a more colorful place, a more beautiful place, a more interesting place. And you are better off for doing the work. So that brings me to a question that's perfectly timed for this. What would you say to girls and women who are afraid of getting into gaming because of the stories that male gamers aren't particularly inclusive or kind to us? Go for it.
Go.
I have to say to those women, like, we all have to, it's hard to be brave. I don't necessarily think that our society is going to change overnight to be more welcoming and warm and soft and comfortable. And as a person that has had to exist in discomfort for virtually the entirety of my existence, it's time to just do it afraid. Just do it with fear. Just do it anyway, because it's this space is for you too. And that's hard. That's a hard piece of advice. It's so hard, but there are things that, can help that. There are other women who've done it, or other people that might identify with your particular set of circumstances, whether it's women, whether it's non-binary, whether it's a racial thing, whatever it is. There have been people that have existed in those spaces that have been doing the work and would still be welcoming. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if things are going to change overnight. I'm liking that women have been brave enough to come forward, especially in the last week. It's been, devastating to hear some of the stories, but also, it feels like real change might actually happen now that, again, accountability means more than just feeling guilty. It means that you could lose your job. It means that you can lose your money. It means that your livelihood is at stake if you aren't a person that is inclusive of all types of people. And that means something. So now is the best time. Now is the better time than ever to move forward, even though the horror stories are there. And I don't know if they're going to go away anytime soon, but the people who've been doing the work exist. And I know that, especially people like me and Darcy and Shell, we're here to help that community, press forward.
Yeah, and that said, I think that's the reason I came up with this panel, is that people learn from example. All three of you have forged very specific voices in what is a male-dominated industry. You are now doing this not only during COVID, but with the recent protests. There are huge, spotlights on socioeconomic disparities that we are now dealing with. And you guys are still doing this. Nothing has changed for you. You haven't, if anything, you haven't stepped backwards. You've stepped forwards. So if you guys can do it, I can do it, and everyone watching can do it. So it's scary, but there you look, please, I am honored to have met all of these ladies in person. They are friends. They are our, clients. They are in my community, and they have been wonderful examples, for me. So they will, find those examples, be the example, and other people will get on board. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
No, I mean, I think Keisha said it perfectly, and so did you, right? Go forward with fear. So what? You're scared. I'm terrified every day. It's okay.
Yeah. Every day. And you know what? It's all going to be fine. Yeah. So I have another question for you guys. Has anyone started a Dungeons and Dragons club, and what roadblocks have you encountered?
I didn't start one, but I joined one.
I was part of one when I was a kid. Yeah. I was the only girl at age 9. And I showed up with my little dice bag, and everybody was like, "Why is she here?" And I'm like, "I have my character sheet. I am ready to go."
I love that. I did it when I was younger too, but I was much younger. I think I was 11 or 12, and I joined one. And it was just a bunch of boys, and it was me. And I think I lasted 4 or 5 sessions before, which is a lot, before I was I thought it wasn't for me. And I regret that. Now I can play it again and it's fine. But it's when you're young and it's so new and you love it and you still feel like it's not for you, it was hard.
Legit. Darcy, did you ever?
I never started one. I've been a part of some. I think that my roommate John Harness is also a game designer. He's Cartwheel without the H, sort of on Twitter and elsewhere. He ran a long-running D&D group at a comic book shop, and I think that one of the things he found was one of the roadblocks, right, is that, you know, especially if you have your first group and it's a bunch of boys, how do you communicate that, like, we are open beyond whatever few people we have here? And I know John did, you know, would sort of talk to some of the people who came over to watch. And I think that can be kind of a useful way for you to sort of, you know, you can go talk to those people and sort of recruit a little bit or at least let them know that they're welcome there. I think there's other ways that you can kind of make people feel welcome. And that might be picking diverse character art and, like, you know, having, like, you know, books with covers on them that have, like, women in POC, right? Like, that starts to communicate, like, who is a part of this, not only to people who might come join your club, but also to the, you know, the people who you do have in that group starting out. They're going to go out into the world. And so I think you can do a lot of good work making the kids who come to your club at the start, you know, put a lot of, like, women and people, POC and queer folks in your stories, and it will normalize them, and those people will go out. And I'm trying to think of other roadblocks, but that sort of inclusivity and how to broadcast it to people is a common one, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's also one, I think it's for teachers as well, that there's a sort of administrators want to see, like.
Oh, no.
Oh, we just lost your audio, Liz.
Oh, no, she's saying so many things, too.
We can't
She's
hear
saying
you.
so many things. Liz, stop talking. We can't hear you.
Oh, no. Okay, there you go.
There you are.
Hear you.
Hello.
Hey, who can, did we lose everything?
Just for, like, just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we're going to go over to one more question. How do we take gaming to the online format in libraries? What board games work well in the virtual format? So much seems to exist in person, but not online. Shale, I think this is your ball game.
Game board. You know, sorry for the plug, but I had to. Game board is about finding what people like to play, having access to a library of games, using physical pieces if you don't want to. It's a portable device. You can attach it to a table if you want. It gives people the ability to come in, sit around, and play together, right? Like a simple act like taking a screen that's vertical and putting it horizontal and having people sit around it automatically changes what it means, right? It's meant to gather. It's meant to interact. It's meant to play. And you can play with people that are not even in that space at the time if there's a game board somewhere else. So you can play Battleship from two different places, or have a D&D, like have a whole D&D session where there's a dungeon master somewhere and you're controlling a game that's happening in different libraries. That is what the essence of game board is. It's not just virtual. It is about the connection between the physical and the virtual. It is about gathering people together in new and creative ways that aren't only escapism into a completely virtual world. And that's what we're doing with Game Board. And I know there's tons of other resources and online things that you can play. But for me, that's why I created Game Board, right? It's that mission to merge the analog and digital, because I believe hybrid games is what the future should be. And that is how we retain who we are as humans, with that tactile analog feel, while using technology and creating technology that enhances that connection with who we are. So that's what Game Board 1 is.
Game Board 1 is available for pre-orders at www.thelastgameboard.com.
Thanks, Liz.
Keisha, what would you think about all that?
Oh, God. I guess to wrap up this in a nutshell, like, as a person that's rarely ever seen myself represented in this space, I knew if I was going to be in this space that I was just going to have to make some new stuff. So, or I was going to like have to go in a backdoor way, you know, like I wasn't going to be able to go to the front door and be like, hey, I'm here, accept me. Aren't I familiar? Like, no, that wasn't going to happen. So, you know, you had mentioned Dungeons and Dragons, the last the last question. And as a South Side Black Chicago woman, I wanted to know, I've played Dungeons and Dragons and I've been a part of clubs with mostly dudes. And I wanted to know like why more Black women weren't into tabletop RPGs. And what I found is that Black women, a lot of them don't want to play subhuman characters. So they don't want to be like an orc or an elf. And then when you see the box, the person that is the hero is like probably some white dude that's depicted. And that's just common. It's still common. So I created a game called Project Violation, where you can be yourself, but you still have that whole theater of the mind. You still have that whole creative thinking process where you're talking to, you know, other people, you're playing with other people, but you can be more engaged because you are representing who you really want to be instead of like, you know, having to be an orc or an elf or anything like that. So, you know, I guess to put that in a nutshell, creating new ways of getting people to explore what gaming is. So making games, like providing a space where they can gamify an experience as a form of expression for themselves. I think that would be like a really great sort of asset that a library can contain. Like, yeah, you know, Dungeons and Dragons has always been there, but there are inequalities and biases baked into that game already. Like that game wasn't made to include people like me. So, you know, like,
how does someone get their hands on it? How does someone get their hands on your game?
Sugargamers.com, and then you can just go to Project Violation, and we're going to kickstart it later, but you know, check it out.
Also follow her on Instagram. She's got some of the preliminary stuff. It's incredible. Like, and if you are a sci-fi person of cyberpunk, anything like that, it is as legit a world as you can get. Darcy, we're starting to wrap stuff up. Darcy, what do you think about, you know, board games, virtual places for people to begin?
Yeah, I would say we've said a lot of good stuff. I would point out that like it would be worth maybe exploring some other virtual tabletops that do not do anywhere near, that don't even touch the sort of analog plus digital that the Last Game Board does. But for digital only, things that you might want to check out are things like Tabletop Simulator and Roll20 would be maybe two starting points for kind of board games and then role-playing games respectively. And so you might be able to set up events where people run some of those games for others online. And then the other thing is, you know, whatever you're already good at or you have staff kind of excited about or you know, have expertise in, please like reach out to me if you need if you need a start for learning how to stream your content. So if one of your staff members loves video games, and maybe you're playing it in a cool historical context, like start a YouTube channel and like start streaming to Twitch and putting up the videos on YouTube of your cool staff member playing a game and talking about it and talking about maybe other contexts that, you know, your cool library goers can go check out. So I would say that like the possibilities are really wide, especially when you start going into kind of streaming spaces. And it is not as scary as it sounds, and I would be happy to help.
Yeah, and I love, first of all, thank you. That is a lovely gesture for you to offer that. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. And I agree, Roll20, man. Roll20 is a fantastic place, you know, for start. Now we have 2 minutes left. There are, you know, hundreds of librarians watching this right now who are doing it. What would you tell them right now in your elevator pitch? What's the last thing you want to leave them with?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I have the same story as Keisha. Like, libraries are where I went for refuge, and it was just, they're powerful, you know, they're powerful institutions in my memory. And just thank you for your work, and thank you for listening to us.
If you haven't played games as an individual and you're working in libraries, I encourage you to play games. If you're a parent, play games with your kids, figure out like what games they're playing and really engage with how they're seeing that world and how they're playing games. It's more important now than ever to really understand what kids are doing in that space.
That's awesome. I'm going to give a plug for itch.io. itch.io. It is a platform that I talked a lot about at our last panel and didn't get into this time, but It is an online place where people are making video games, tabletop games, and all kinds of weird things in between. And it's got a lot of really interesting community-based features. But I think what's really important about it is that is where I am seeing, really diverse creators making what they want in the world. And so if you really want to bring out some really cool representation, stuff to show your audience and to know what really cool diverse creators are making, itch.io is a great place to check it out. Specifically, I would recommend Dissonant Whispers, which is a magazine that just came out of a bunch of cool tabletop content written by a bunch of really awesome POC, and proceeds go to good charities and things like that. So Dissonant Whispers, itch.io, and I think people like me are doing a lot of listening right now in gaming, and I think that's good. And we can do more work in active listening, and I'm excited to see what comes out of you wonderful librarians. Thank you.
Me too.
You guys need to find me. I am at www.sphinxpr.com. I can connect you to pretty much anyone in the world. So stump me with whatever you guys need. Librarians, we would be nothing without you. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Stay safe. Be brave. I think
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us here today at the Sustainability Roundtables program for ALA Virtual. Today's program is Lightning Talks, Fostering Community Resilience During COVID-19. My name is Lauren Frazier, and I'm a children's librarian here at the Monterey Park Brueggemeyer Library, and I will be the host for today's Lightning Talks. We have 3 great presentations today focusing on how libraries and library staff are helping the communities they serve build resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, resilience is a term that is increasing in use, especially in discussions regarding sustainability, but what does it really mean? Well, Stockholm University has a great and short definition of resilience, which is that resilience is the capacity to deal with change and to continue to develop. They also define social resilience as the ability of communities to withstand and recover from stresses such as environmental change or social, economic, or political upheaval. Now, COVID definitely qualifies as both a stressor and definitely a time of upheaval for our communities. So the Sustainability Roundtable really wanted to showcase what some fantastic libraries are doing in response to the pandemic. So each presentation will be about 10 minutes with hopefully some time for Q&A after that. So please, if you haven't find the Q&A tab, and you can ask us questions in real time, and we will address those at the end if we have time to do so. And if not, we will have time after to look at your written questions and respond to those. So don't worry about that. So I wanted to introduce our presenters today. So first we have Maria Adelano, who is the Community Outreach Librarian at the University of North Florida. We also have Sarah Gluck, who is Assistant Manager at the Langston Hughes Community Library and Community Center, which is a part of the Queens Public Library. And finally, we have Eleanor Stevens, Adult Services Library Assistant, and Liza Purdy, Children's Librarian from the Santa Clarita Public Library. So without further ado, our first presentation is by Maria, so take it away.
All right, I'm going to share my presentation. Okay, well, hello everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. So I'm so happy to be here with you to present how my library fostered community resilience during COVID-19 with the power of social media engagement. So I'm from the University of North Florida, a public university in Jacksonville with about 17,000 students. We're working remotely since about mid-March, right after we had our spring break. So it's been a while. Like most of our other universities in Florida, all of our classes transitioned to online and campus shut down due to the pandemic. So a lot has changed, but my library, like many others, has been working hard to ensure our services and resources are still available, even though our building is closed. So before COVID-19, we already had a rather robust social media program. As student outreach librarian, I lead a small team to schedule posts, promote events and activities happening on campus, answer questions, we practice social listening, and engaging with users online. So in short, our social media has supported outreach efforts historically. We posted maybe once or twice daily, and stories were kind of an afterthought, honestly. I used to joke that I didn't really understand it, and it just wasn't really my thing, so why focus on it? We would post maybe a boomerang on Instagram if we were tabling an event, for example, but that's pretty much it. During COVID-19, our social media has gone from supporting our library's outreach efforts to becoming them. So gone were all of our in-person events, such as our finals week stress relief programs and summer orientation tours and resource fairs. I miss them all. Suddenly, our only avenue of contact with students, faculty, and staff was virtual. We increased our daily social media posts to 3-4 times a day, sometimes more, especially on Twitter, where it's so convenient just to hit that retweet button. Since we no longer needed to spend our budget on events anymore, we used the leftover money to purchase paid advertisements to bolster some new campaigns. So we also used money to buy incentive for our virtual events in the form of e-gift cards. We've also been diligently tracking our weekly statistics. So you can see there's a link here with the results of our engagement campaigns as well, linked in that document, so feel free to check it out. But even more importantly, we really began to embrace stories. They went from kind of an afterthought to what I'm starting to call an engagement powerhouse. Our stories have reached sometimes hundreds of users, specifically our students, who really prefer stories, and being able to engage in those really short snippets has been really awesome. So how did we create, support, and build this audience for our increased efforts? Luckily, our university began a campaign in early April called #SwoopTogether, where all campus departments were asked to show a united front on social media, or basically to show support, connection, positivity during these stressful and uncertain times. The swoop refers to our Osprey mascot and how during athletic games and social events, our battle cry in solidarity is, who are we? Ospreys. What do Ospreys do? Swoop. So swoop. It's what we do. And all across campus, we coordinated efforts on social media. We used the designated hashtag. We're still using it across mediums, updating our cover photos so we all matched and shared each other's content. So now I'm going to show you some examples of how we, the library, have participated in this campaign. Our main message during remote instruction has been, the library might be closed, but we're still here for you. In fact, one of our main taglines is, classes are online and so is your library. So a big part of it has been just encouraging users, especially students, but also faculty and staff, to reach out to us via email, text, chat, and social media. No matter what method they choose, we want to get the word out that we're here to help. One of the first campaigns we did was Our Librarians Are Online, where we featured our library faculty working from home. So not only did this campaign display our commitment to our community, but it also allowed us to showcase our personalities. So we had 12 librarians participate. Some of us featured our furry coworkers, like the photo here of me and my buddy Gronk. But others took a more lighthearted approach, like the photo of my colleague Tom from Public Services, who liked to showcase that he's now doing research consultations from his pool. And then, of course, our library dean even got in on the fun and took this photo completely unprompted by me, by the way. The Facebook post featuring him in his Zoom attire received more than 7,000 views on Facebook. So like I said, we've really gotten into posting Instagram stories. I was a naysayer at first. I'm now a believer. But we've also been using stories as a major mode of engagement. So we now post Ask Me Anything prompts regularly and usually get a question or two. Of course, most of the questions are, when are you going to open? But sometimes we get some really, actually very good questions, different questions. We then use those stories to respond to the users, which means even if somebody didn't ask a question, they can still see the answer in the stories and maybe learn something. There's no wrong question. Since all of our campus events went poof, we wanted to offer some fun ways to engage with our community, students, faculty, and staff, but while keeping our distance at the same time, obviously. So in April, we hosted our first ever haiku contest, which received 152 submissions. We also celebrated April Fool's Day with a good-natured text us a dad joke campaign, which not only prompted students and other people to come up with some really awesomely corny jokes, but it helped promote our texting service and it brightened the day of our public services staff. For finals, we wanted to offer our usual stress relief activities. And while we couldn't host our popular Pause Your Stress events, we made a virtual version where users could share photos and videos of their pets fulfilling certain prompts. This one was my favorite, featuring one of our winners on Facebook, Sully the cat being a bad boy. In May, we hosted a Conversation with the Library Dean event, and yesterday we hosted our second synchronous event, a library trivia game. With social media, of course, it's important to remember that it's not just about you, meeting the library. During COVID-19, we've been careful to mix our original content and campaigns with curated content that is both positive and caring. So again, the tenet of the Swoop Together campaign. We've been sharing stories from campus partners like the Wellness Center, Recwell, the Counseling Center, student clubs that encourage healthy living and eating and mindfulness. When our campus and local community began speaking out about Black Lives Matter and other civic concerns outside of COVID-19, we shared those posts too, helping to highlight university initiatives and resources. So highlighting not only what's going on around campus, but the fact that we agree and we're going to get through this together. But sometimes it is about us. So social media has been really, really great, and it's helped us engage with our users and prove our worth, especially to students during COVID-19. When we asked our followers on Instagram how much they missed the library, the majority of the 26 respondents said quite a bit. We received some beautiful comments as direct messages and shout outs from people who we've helped while remote. I'm also happy to say that when the official UNF Instagram account asked followers what they missed most about campus, there were so many responses that mentioned the library that they had to create a story just for us. So what's going to happen after COVID-19? Wish I could tell you, but I believe that our social media presence will continue to drive our outreach initiatives at the library. Although we've planned to reopen in the fall semester, our events and programs will remain virtual for the foreseeable future. Our messaging will continue to be positive and focus on our community's needs. And we'll also keep highlighting our partnerships with campus departments and how we're all in this together, hoping to heal and swoop into a happy, healthy future. So that's all I have for my presentation. Thank you all so much for being here with us. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Of course, follow us on social at UNF Library. And I hope you enjoy the rest of our session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria, for that awesome presentation. Amazing use of social media there. So next we have Sarah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. All right, hello everybody. Thank you for joining us. I want to especially thank the Sustainability Roundtable for having me. As Lauren said, I'm an assistant manager at Langston Hughes Community Library and Cultural Center. We're part of Queens Public Library in New York. And my library is located, my physical location is on very busy Northern Boulevard in Corona, Queens. All of our worlds have been turned upside down and our physical locations are closed or providing very limited access. So fostering community resilience is on the forefront of all of our minds. I'm going to review with you the virtual program my library presented to share how Langston Hughes Community Library did our best to foster community resilience through our extensive programming. I'm incredibly proud of my staff. We've been doing programs almost every day since early April. And we've all been working very, very hard, and we've been building a community throughout this whole process. So it's very rewarding. So I just want to put up a few key terms here. Sustainable thinking aligns a library's core values and resources with the local and global community's right to endure, to help bounce back from disruption and to thrive by bringing new, energetic life to the community through choices made in all areas of operations and outreach. A community, as we're talking about, is a social group with a common goal, locality, interest, or other cultural choices made in areas of all operation, Community is a social group with common goal, locality, interests, or other cultural characteristics. This relates, which is important to us in public libraries, the patrons, staff, friends of the library, trustees, and those working and living in the area. Langston Hughes Community Library staff mostly lives in the community of Corona, so Corona was heavily impacted by COVID-19, and most of our staff members have lost several people. So that was very important to us to include our staff members in our recovery during this time. And so we, as Lauren defined, resilience is the ability to back bounce after disruption, and community resilience is the ability of a social group with a common goal to bounce back after disruption together. And together is a very important word in this. So before the pandemic, Langston Hughes Community Library and Cultural Center was incredibly vibrant. Our neighborhood has a rich history of Black culture and community, which has more recently been shifting to a higher Latino population. In the time before COVID, our library served as a dynamic community space, hosting school plays, political events, ESOL and citizenship classes, Black Heritage Program, and more. Additionally, our Black Heritage Reference Center houses an incredible collection of materials featuring African American history and culture, serving as an important space for community learning and engagement. Pre-pandemic, we looked at community resilience and engagement as providing a physical space for interaction and learning, where everyone was welcome. We focused on classes and events that would strengthen our community members and therefore our community's ability to remain stable and grow despite heavy adversity. Then our physical doors closed and we had to, like everybody, react quickly. So we, like all of you, were faced with these immediate challenges. With some of them, with them come solutions. And actually, I feel like these solutions help foster community resilience. The fact that we can't get into our buildings, we've been locked out of our buildings this entire time. I know some people were able to get back in. We have no access to supplies for virtual crafts or story times. We don't have access to our contacts. And what we did was we talked to our staff. We talked to whoever we knew in the community, whatever contacts we have. We asked them how they are, first of all, and secondly, how they would like to engage with the library, if they would want to assist with any programming, what they might need from us. And we talked to our staff. What do they think the community might want from us? And this has been incredibly successful for us. We also had very flexible programming that allowed participants to use materials that they had on hand at home, which is also incredibly sustainable. So we learned to be a lot more flexible. The digital divide is one challenge, like many, that we won't be able to solve immediately. And that was something that we look at, we understand, and we realize it's okay that we can't solve all of our problems. This is more of a long-term, something we solve long-term. We look at the future, we see how we can assist with this in the future. Emotional stress of staff, though, is something that can be tackled right away. We have been holding virtual weekly staff meetings during which we start off with an icebreaker, and then we have our closeout questions. And this really brought our staff together. We are a much more cohesive team now. And we did our best to help our staff feel seen and be useful. I think it's very important for staff to be useful during this time while checking on them to make sure they're not overburdened. So it's a lot more communication now than I think we had before. And a lot of us are suffering from organizational limitations. Queens Public Library is a pretty big organization. And I feel lucky because I was able to communicate with my supervisors what the issues that I might have with some limitations. We could work them out together, and at least I felt heard. So I think as a supervisor, it's very important to have an open door policy and also be kind to yourself. It's frustrating we can't do everything we want right now. But if you bank those ideas, there may be a time when you can bring them back, circle back, and maybe you can adapt them in some way. So looking at this, going onto a more virtual space for our community, because we used to be a beautiful physical location and now we exist everywhere, I guess. We're looking at a shifting and growing community. After the initial panic, we looked at the shift to virtual program as an opportunity. Virtual programming allowed us to grow our community beyond the physical space of our neighborhood. We've been able to develop connections with people who have had barriers to visiting our physical space. We reached out to our community members to host, attend, or share programs. Staff members voluntarily employed their unique talents to present programming. It's been absolutely amazing to see staff members who have never presented a program before take their skills and be successful virtually. Other staff members contributed by attending our programs and encouraged their community contacts to attend as well. Virtual programming allowed us to be flexible, and we were able to adapt to the ever-changing news cycle and needs of our community. We provided a safe space for patrons to interact with one another, where they would be heard, would learn, and be able to show up for one another. It's easy to get overwhelmed by the ways you can't help your patrons during this time, but it's been so valuable to focus on what we can do and not get bogged down by what we can't. So these are some of the weekly programs we've been presenting since April. So in late March, the way we figured out what we were going to present, in late March, our executive director of Langston Hughes Library asked all staff members to list the programs they would like to present virtually. This engaged the staff and made them the driving force behind the programs. It also allowed them to express what they're skilled at or interested in. We use this as a basis to establish regular weekly programming, each of which targeted a different group in our community. One of the big takeaways for us in this is that our programs were adaptable and were guided by the participants. This is what resiliency is, it's flexibility. I suggest you come up with an idea, create a space for it, and then be open to see how the community is using the space and be adaptable, changing it to suit the community. We had a Mommy and Me program on Saturday mornings that turned pretty quickly into girl chat as the mommies decided they needed some me time. We then started a weekly craft program at the same time so their kids would have something to do and be engaged somewhere else. Girl Chat turned into an incredible support group that now does these drive-bys for significant events in community members' lives. So if someone's having a graduation, a birthday, this was especially important early on in the pandemic. Another takeaway is to bring in presenters from within the community. They know their neighbors and often come with a following of their own. We were able to tap into aspects of the community that we hadn't really had access to before. And we're also able to support them in whatever their endeavors are. Motivational Mondays is led by a community professional. She created a safe space where members began to rely on each other and support each other. They went on walks separately together because they were trying to get in shape. So they'd be on their individual walks, like at a certain time, texting, making sure everybody was going, or they check in on other members to see how they're doing with individual goals. Educators Meetup was led by a community member who is a teacher. She says this group is a very welcome distraction from her regular work. And what she does is each program, she surveys the participants and then targets the next week to fit what they're going through. This also, it's a safe space for teachers, and it also continues the library's important relationship with schools, which can just disappear during this time. On our Good for Your Soul, a cooking show, this is led by both community members and staff members. So each week somebody different will lead the program. It offers mostly healthy meals that can be cooked from pantry items at home. So it's been really exciting to see staff member lead this program and then have our community show up and cheer her on. It was her first time leading a program. And then equally fun was hiring a Jamaican chef from the community and having lots of input from participants on how they would be cooking whatever he was cooking. So I think participants really enjoyed seeing each other. And we actually had the option to make sure the video wasn't on for people. And a lot of the time we choose to make people be able to see each other and engage and not mute people so that it really felt like more of an engaged environment. And finally, during Curators Coffee Chat, we have open discussions about currently streaming shows with a focus on Black history, culture, and present topics. This program uses widely available shows, documentary, and movies as a platform for discussing deep topics, resulting in engaging conversations about current and past events. So resilience is reflected in our community preparedness, our strength in connections, group knowledge, and being able to turn to one another. We accomplish this through having a common space where members can create connections with each other, through fostering self-advocacy, through establishing the library's connections within the community, and more. So some quick takeaways from this is keep it simple. That's my biggest takeaway with all programming is reach out to people and keep it simple. By having programs that connected with specific populations on a subject, we were able to adjust the weekly topics of the program to fit current events and needs. We were able to be adaptable, and we just were creating a platform for a certain group to come in, and then we adjust. Host programs at a regular day and time. Be reliable, be dependable. Make sure if you commit to a weekly day and time, your staff member or presenter will be able to present, and make sure they have backup. Make sure your staff member isn't taking on more than they can. And it's always good if a staff member takes something on, have them have a buddy so that if something happens, you always have a backup. Reach out to already established community members. That was very beneficial to us. Our community grew exponentially and became stronger because of that. Utilize your staff, utilize your volunteers. I think especially during a time like this, people want to be useful and to be seen. So it's very important. Our programs have a holistic approach. They all serve more than one purpose. Our cooking show is a community gathering space. It provides a way to make easy, healthy meals. It introduces participants to composting and farmers markets. Motivational Mondays gives participants helpful skills and is a support group. Curator Coffee Chat provides a basic platform where we can dive into deeper topics, and we also have had several panelists on the show, during the chat to engage participants in a different way. So all of this is completely doable. I believe our community members really love engaging with us, and we're just providing a platform for them to do so. I know they miss us. So thank you all for being here and for all the great community work you're doing. Please feel free to reach out to me. My email address is sgluck@queenslibrary.org, and my Twitter is below. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that amazing presentation. And finally, we have Eleanor and Liza.
Hi, I think I'm going to introduce us while Eleanor gets the slides going. She's doing the tech part. I'm doing some talking. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Lauren, thank you to ALA, the roundtable. This is a great opportunity for us to present what we've been doing here in Santa Clarita. Thank you, Sarah and Maria, so much for those presentations. They were terrific. I feel like I really learned a lot already, so thank you so much. I'm super impressed with how you were able to use the community and volunteers and that sort of thing, especially Sarah with, being in the public sphere. That was pretty amazing. All right.
Ready.
Yep.
Let me get on the right screen.
Eleanor did these graphics, by the way, and I think they're phenomenal. I play the guitar. I'm one of the children's librarians. So I'm Liza Purdy, one of the children's librarians, and that's Eleanor Stevens, and she is our adult library assistant at our Valencia branch. And she's an incredibly talented graphic designer, and when I saw that picture, I just had to laugh. Because my mouth is usually open, and I usually have a guitar in hand. So fostering community during the pandemic, that is what we've all been trying to do. And here the Santa Clarita community is on the north end of Los Angeles County. So we are, well, to me, it seems urban-esque as someone who comes from a smaller spot on the East Coast, but I don't even know how to classify us, but we're kind of a little city, and we have 3 branches that operate all together. So so we got shut down pretty early. Eleanor's going to tell you about some of what we're going to talk about here.
So our first thing, we wanted to make sure that we were able to get out our information that the city needed us to get out, like closures for the parks and information about what was going on during the pandemic and things that our patrons could still use while everything was shut down. So we had to find a balance between not scaring the patrons and making sure that we got all of our information out that the city needed us to do. So it was kind of a balancing act, but I think we did a pretty good job. Our children's department has been phenomenal here. They have really cranked out like a lot of good information. Community networks, we've started using Zoom. We've talked to some of our local blogs and mommy groups, some of the local preschool groups, and we've really been trying to make more connections with those groups that we don't generally talk to. We have been communicating behind the scenes with Basecamp. That has been phenomenal for us getting our information out. Emails, we've been doing Zoom meetings, and we've been doing Zoom meetings with our patrons and doing games and having all sorts of other fun stuff for them to do. Health, we've been trying to make sure we get mental health tips and meditation things out there, because it's more than just, the physicality of what's going on. We also have to worry about, people's mental states. So we had a meditation, we've had coloring, we've had a lot of kind of peaceful things that people can watch and enjoy. Governance, We had our communications team come in, and they were giving us a hand, giving us tips and tricks that we never used before in for doing videos. Because many of our staff, they've never shot videos, they've never done this sort of thing. So it was a whole new world right off the bat. Economic investment, we had some video equipment. We had a really neat GoPro that we got in 2017, and we had one mic and one audio thing they did for our Dungeons and Dragons streaming thing a few years ago. And that was what we had to work with. And it's blown up since then. We have lighting, we have smaller microphones, we have recording equipment. Everybody's editing on their own computers. It's gone from 5 to like 20 real quick. Preparedness, I would say that nobody is prepared for this kind of thing. This happened, none of us expected it. We all were sideswiped. But I think that everybody rose to the challenge in a phenomenal way. Like, I was shocked the first day because I used to do the social media. I used to manage the Facebook page. And I was shocked because I saw Liza live streaming from Facebook. And I'm like, Liza's live streaming. And it was just phenomenal that our staff stepped up so quickly. Mental outlook, it's just been stressful for all of us. I think we're all coming to terms with, programming, this might be how we're programming for the rest of the year into next year. This could be the future for us for a long while. But I think everybody's had a positive mental outlook. We're trying to figure out how we can do more programming, how we can bring back some of our old programming, and things we can do just to make our patrons and our staff members more comfortable. Liza?
Yeah, so our initial response, as Eleanor touched on, was really quick. I think because we're owned by the city of Santa Clarita, they were very quickly able to shift a lot of our funding. So they shifted about 18% of our balance of book money that instead of going to physical books, went to purchasing ebooks and other digital means. Another great response that our city did was they paid all the part-time staff their full wages for about a month, which I thought was really fantastic. Another area that we were really trying to remove barriers to access to the library collection. So we waived almost all fines that were outstanding so that anyone would be able to get on and get digital materials. They also relaxed the regulations for getting a library card. So yeah, it was great. So you didn't have to come in with your photo ID. Obviously that was impossible. So there were a lot of people working behind the scenes and providing library cards for patrons in the city that did not have them before. Another thing that I thought we did really quickly well was our spring reading program, which, usually, I don't know how many of you are involved in public libraries, but usually we have the summer reading program, and it is prepared in months in advance, and we have everything lined up that we want to do. Our staff was able to put together a spring reading program, I think within the first week and a half, 2 weeks, to encourage kids, especially during a time, I don't know if your communities were like this, but the schools kind of went dark for a little bit. The kids went home on a Friday in Santa Clarita, and then they said, just hang out there for a minute, everybody, before they were getting their online platforms pulled out, because of course no one had anticipated this. So the library was able to step in, start a spring reading program to encourage those kiddos to keep those reading skills up. And another thing Eleanor mentioned, we did start doing virtual story times. I think there were two days that normally would have had some programming that did not have any. And then we started March 18th with programming I started from my living room with my 19-year-old filming me in some very, very shaky, dog-laden moments. So it was, but it was a lot of fun. I got to have the whole family involved. My parents were staying with me at the time. the grandparents were in. It was actually really fun, and also for me personally, just super beneficial for my own mental health to have something to get up for every morning, get dressed, put on, a little makeup, whatever. Felt good.
Yeah, I mean, and it was good seeing your face. Like I said, the first thing we saw was Liza live streaming story time. So we have daily story times Monday through Thursday in English and Spanish. We also provide pre-recorded content like finger plays and baby bounce and sing online on YouTube. You can access those at any time. Before the pandemic, we had a lot of social media. We have the regular Instagram, Pinterest, Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr. And, it went from being like, I post some funny pictures and I make some Sammy Clarita jokes on Instagram till we have Instagram stories, which I never did those when I was running the Instagram account. We have Facebook stories. We have like a ton of programming that is just now on our social media that wasn't before. And like our tool usage, which was our social media, went from, when it's one person doing it, it's not as, I would say it's not as, there's not as much flow. But when you have like a team of people, which we ended up coming together with a social media team at that point, content was just lightning fast. People learned how to edit video who had never edited video before. We have a person who never used Facebook before, and now she's doing Facebook live programming and streaming things. People who learn how to do audio and learn how to do set design and filming techniques. And our communications department, as I mentioned earlier, really came through for us. They saw that we were doing this stuff. They're like, hey, you guys, if you just do this and add a little bit of this, it makes it like 5,000 times easier and better. And they gave us so much help when we were beginning. Now, look, Liza has massive lighting. She's lit right now with our really cool lighting that we did not, it's not natural. This is all lighting equipment. And now we can do like virtual programs, like virtual story times, STEM programs, crafting, book reviews, virtual book club. And we're trying to come up with new content for our patrons every day. And I think we're just going to keep like coming up with new ways to interact with everyone.
Absolutely. All right, so we went to a yellow phase, went from red to yellow. So that's sort of the, halfway place where we still are right now. So basically, we tried to add some new services, and then we tried to take the same services but just deliver them in a different way. So in terms of same services with new tactics, we have a passport office here at the library. We're all passport agents as well as being librarians, which is fun. And so we resumed those services, and people are so grateful because people still have places that they need to go. So we just kind of propped the doors to our community room open, and we pulled up a desk and we put up a plastic barrier, and twice a week people come up for appointments with the passport agents. They do a lot of stuff on the phone ahead of time instead of to make sure that people have all their stuff with them, instead of having them come and have that so much face-to-face interaction. Lunch at the Library, which is one of my all-time favorite programs that we do here in Santa Clarita, which is we got a grant between the State Library of California to work with our local food services agency that services the schools to provide lunches free for anyone ages 18 and under. And last year was our pilot year, and it was such a beautiful program. We brought everybody in, we had meals, we watched movies, we did, crafts and all kinds of activities. This year we are outside, and we're sort of like a drive-through, but just free and with no options for what you want to eat. But it's still, it's this really wonderful way that we're getting some face-to-face time with our patrons, which to me personally means so much. And I know to them it's a lot of fun too, and we can hand out craft kits. It's great. Our summer reading program, again, is virtual, and we try to do a lot of live stuff. We're working with people from the community. We just had a really neat this group called Reptacular. It's like reptiles of all sorts as a Zoom program. And the kids were adorable. That just seeing all their little faces around on a Zoom, giving them the chance to see each other and ask questions was just wonderful. Our outreach to preschools and daycare centers has continued. We've been doing, while school is still in session, we started doing Zoom story times with individual classes. So the teachers would send out a Zoom invite to their class. They would invite us. We would hunker down in front of a laptop and do just like a crazy story time for the kids, which again was really fun. And with our pop-up libraries, which we've done with daycare centers, we're now just dropping a crate of books off, and then in our virtual story times, we're giving them shout outs like, hey, we know, the kids in Miss whoever's class are watching today. And so that's another just way to engage. We also have been another way that we were trying to make sure there weren't any barriers to access. We backdated our materials when they started coming in through our book drops. We backdated all the way, I think, to March. It's just to make sure that no one was accruing any fines, that everyone would know they would be okay. In terms of brand new services, we are really excited about our lockers. So we started a curbside service, which I think a lot of people are doing. We started that, I think it was about mid-May, and that's been really popular. So nice to say, yes, the library's closed, but our whole collection is now open to you. But then just to keep things even more simple and clean and easy, we've purchased these lockers so that people can just come up and get their stuff, their materials out of the lockers, and they don't have to have human-to-human contact, because I think for a lot of people that makes them much more comfortable and much more ready to use a shared access the way books really are. Also some new services. We had never done these virtual book lists before, and we have been going really getting into them. We've had virtual book lists on racial justice, mental health, Mother's Day, lots of fiction and nonfiction, fan favorites like Avatar: The Last Airbender, all the good things. So that's been a lot of fun. Yeah, and then I think Eleanor.
Maybe you get a swatter to get it away. Do you know what kind that is?
No.
A fly. What about another one that does a buzz? I guess they do make a lot of buzzing noises with their little wings.
Siempre te querré, por siempre jamás, porque tú eres mi cielo. Oh, how cute. Los límites del amor de la madre no tienen precio.
My tip for you today is when you have your markers, you are going to choose your markers carefully before you start coloring your paper.
So I'm going to start putting it together and just show you what you could do and all the variations. And this is a really good one you could do with your kids, especially if they're old enough to chop things up and help you out in the kitchen. If not, they can just help with stirring and tasting.
Here to give you a quick book recommendation. My latest favorite read is Serpent and Dove by Shelby Mahurin. This book is about a girl named Lou who's a witch in hiding from her coven.
What you're going to want to keep in mind is this is using a long grain white rice, and that I'm going to be using the pressure cook function instead of the rice function just because it's faster and I'm hungry.
So, hello and welcome to National Library Week with the Santa Clarita Public Library. Every year since 1954, librarians and library workers across the country have come together in an effort to promote reading and use of library services.
Now, we had made some seed planting material back when we were at the library, and I got to bring it home. I'm guarding it at home so that we could do this, but you can make your own seed growing material. It's really cheap if you buy the stuff online.
Okay. Ahora hay que sostenerla por la parte de arriba. ¿Qué piensan? Vamos a atravesar los lápices, van a perforar por un lado y van a salir al otro lado en la parte que hay agua. Y van a ver qué pasa. ¿Qué creen?
Page, you'll also find links for guides on getting started with Libby and Overdrive.
Libby is run by Overdrive, so it offers the same materials but with a slightly different user interface. This tutorial will cover accessing Libby. If you already use Overdrive and want to keep using Overdrive, that's okay too.
All right, and I think that's us. So you can check us out at santaclaritalibrary.com. You can shoot us an email or anything to find us on Facebook. We're all over the place, Instagram. We'd love to see you. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you to Liza and Eleanor for that presentation. That was amazing. We just have one really quick question, and I think we're out of time. But for Maria from Michelle, how often do you do the AMAs on IG? Once a day, once a week?
It's been about once a week. And there have been a couple times where I ask and we get nothing. But there have been a couple times where I ask and we get like 5. So I've been trying to say, like, let's we do it once a week or something. But since we just started a new summer semester, I had one on Monday and I'm going to do one tomorrow as well.
Awesome. So that's all we had for questions. But if I see any later, I will let the presenters know, and we will try to answer those for you. So thank you so much to Maria, Sarah, Eleanor, and Liza for your presentations. And thank you for joining us today. Bye, guys.
Bye.